How you doing?
Ooh, I was sleepy, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, delivery man decided to wake me up at 9 a.m., which is exactly what I wanted. Thanks, delivery man.
9 a.m.
I
is
will say,
about when they
yes,
start, so that's optimal.
yeah,
You want your shit at the beginning of the day.
yeah, and it's like, all jokes aside, I have to give a shout out to the delivery people in my neighborhood who went from wildly incompetent and not giving a fuck to being dead on, dead ass early in the morning, drop the package, run away, no delivery hassle, don't drive by my street and
Mm-hmm.
pretend it doesn't exist shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like those people have been fucking killing it lately.
Dead drops are great. I only got one so far, but the guy who did it just rang it, dropped it on the ground. I opened it. It was on the ground. I picked it up, and then what was not? And then I pick it up, and then I look around, and he's far away, and he's looking back, and
Far.
he's far away, and he's looking back, and he's just like, "Hey," with the hand up, and I'm like, "Yeah, yeah, man, you go,
I
you do
usually hit
it."
the door before they leave, and we always engage in this.
Yeah,
It is a weird new ritual that everyone's doing, which is guy at your door sees you. Hey, one hand up. Hey,
yeah,
no wave, just and then you give like a little thumbs up or go and it goes okay, and then they give a thumbs up, and they fucking run away from you.
yeah. They do, but I definitely don't. I don't find it that weird at all. I think it's great. I like that the pickup and the single look and the yeah, I'm over here now.
I hope when things
Or
slowly slide back to normal, that this becomes a permanent
Yeah,
option. I
right,
can pick on
exactly.
every shipping option
Yeah, exactly.
because
You
you'll
just
get items
hmm
like you'll order from you ordered a fucking like let's say a video card from Newegg, right?
hmm
Newegg labels all their shit do not safe drop, which means somebody has to fucking be there, right?
hmm
And I guess that makes sense because that's expensive electronics equipment. Everything else, anything that's under $500, I'd rather someone steal it and for me to file a refund complaint with Amazon than have to go somewhere to get it.
I want there to be so you go on to the you go on and you go to order and it's like 2 day shipping, 1 day shipping, or
Mm-hmm.
Corona style.
Mm-hmm.
And you just go, all right, hit me up with that COVID-19 style delivery.
Well, depending on how poorly this goes, that may either be hilarious or in poor taste in the future.
Well, either way, if you're talking permanent fixtures, COVID style might would make me happy on the reg. I'll say that much.
There's a quote for you, everybody. There you go. Oh, I just got actually a piece of news, like real news. So and
Some
so.
breaking.
Yeah, for our particular case, in fact, uh, the premier has closed down everything on
Yeah,
Sundays,
yeah, for sure,
except for pharmacies, gas station, convenience stores, and takeout.
for sure.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, anytime there's an announcement about like this is now closed, I'm like, yeah, of course, whatever. Like,
Excuse me.
why is it not?
It's closed.
Why was it open? Is my answer.
Well, we're down
Yeah.
to pharmacies, gas stations, and grocery stores.
And anything you want delivery wise,
Yeah, delivery people are having a fucking uh, butter. What's it called? It's a good crop of butter. It's good delivery work. There's a lot of work for delivery.
Yeah, there is.
Nailed it.
And because there's a lot of risk, so those are
Yeah.
heroes. What do you want to
Grocery
say?
stores around here are basically giving up on like in person, and they're just going all delivery.
How does
That
it?
makes sense?
You can technically say that you were you're a former first responder on the front lines. Bagging groceries is now a virtue, right? It's now an important job that you.
Oh,
can,
I wouldn't have gone to work. Oh, fuck that.
But you can put on your resume, hey, I was a grocery bagger, and everyone's like,
I was an essential
"Shit.
service. eight
Look
eight
at you.
years as essential service personnel.
Look at you, right? It's the same as saying that you work down at Ladder 14 with the boys on the fire truck. It's the same thing.
Man,
It's the same thing.
It's
at this point.
so it's pretty funny because usually I'm the person on this podcast just yelling at the top of my lungs. It's the same thing. I'm not. I'm gonna back off from this one.
Okay. Well,
I'm gonna cower out on that.
Cower out until you get all that. What do you call it? Like grocery bagger groupie groupie sniz.
No, but what I will go for is that, Wooly, you and I are in the most essential service, which is why we haven't stopped working, and that is the uplifting of hearts and minds through entertainment and quality comedy.
I could hear the energy leaving you as you went through that, or at the very least your own belief in yourself.
There's no more essential service than fighting boredom.
Well, the people are here, aren't they?
Anyone who could hear me say that proved me right, idiots. Yeah, except for the quality part. Okay, fine. It's original podcast we ever did was This Is Gonna Be Terrible, right?
That's the one. I don't think anyone's gonna fight that.
So how's your
Well, let's start this way.
Let's start a different way. Okay, let's do this.
It's been going around again, and every time it pops up, I'm just like, how many times do we have to tell these people that Pizza-ghetti is a real thing?
Oh man,
it's
is that going around for you?
It's going around again, and it's like
in the local area, or like
no.
land?
Someone took a picture of it and made a tweet and went, "What is this?" And it's like Pizza-ghetti is a local Montreal thing. It's a Quebec thing.
What it is.
It's here. It's a normal. It's a thing. It's what we do, and like we've talked about it at least 3 times.
Yeah. Every time we go down to the fucking green stop with my parents, my mom gets a fucking Pizza-ghetti, and I go, "Mom, that's fucking horrible."
If you missed it the last 3 times, Pizza-ghetti is a thing on our menus here in Quebec. It's pizza. It's a spaghetti. It's a Pizza-ghetti.
It's just a fucking slop of pizza of spaghetti just slapped onto a single slice of pizza.
No. It is, and the confusion was always like between is it a spaghetti flavored pizza? And it's like, no, it's not. It is a slice of pizza and then a second slice of pizza. It's 2 slices, and then in between them on the plate is, a half serving of spaghetti and meatballs. So you put your spaghetti in the mid.
You can look at photos of this.
It's not that hard. There's a photo. The photo in the tweet is there with the 2 slices. Yeah. They did it half and half. So half the plate was 2 slices on a personal pan, and then the other half was just a drop. But either way, it's like 2 slices of pizza, and then in the middle you drop a spaghetti, not on the pizza. It's like everyone's confused because they're thinking that you're supposed to eat it at the same time. And
I've seen like various variations of this. I've seen it apart. I've seen it in between. I have seen it in a sandwich form.
You do not eat them at the same time. You do not eat the spaghetti on the pizza slice. It is simply a serving of a half serving of pizza, and then the other half is you got 2 slices.
Listen.
A half serving of spaghetti.
It's not really important because Pizza-ghetti is fucking terrible. It's total trash.
Spaghetti and za.
It's total garbage, but
it's fine. I've never ordered it.
It's not. Yeah, exactly.
But it's
never
fine.
Ordered it.
It's just.
I've had some. They don't mix. It's not a good textural experience.
If someone's in the mood, it's almost a kid's meal thing, except it's not a kid's meal, right? It's almost like 2 simple things that kids like that are safe. I like spaghetti. I like pizza. I like chicken wings. I'm a 4-year-old. And it's just you're putting 2 of those items together on the same plate.
Why don't we just take all of our food and just put it into a blender and have one paste?
Well, now
for all time.
Well, now that's gross. But
is it?
But
it's
that's
more
it.
efficient.
That's it. It's just 2 kids' meals items on the same plate, and everyone can't handle it. And I think it's weird. It was weird at first, but then it's like whatever. I don't know. I also grew up with it, and it's around. It's a thing on the menu. It is what it is. Just don't eat them it's like, I mean, does anyone take their mashed potatoes and spread it on top of their steak and then eat them together?
I've seen. It's funny because I grew up in a household.
That's horrifying. That's really weird.
I grew up in a household in which I was okay, get ready for this. I was the normal one in terms of food.
Yeah.
So I'd be a little picky, or I'd like, I really don't like this sauce or whatever the fuck, but pretty normal. My sister was obsessed with eating every possible food as separated as possible. Like a sandwich was sacrilege. If there were peas on the plate, they couldn't touch the mashed potatoes. And
Yeah, I like my shit separate too, especially if there's gravy. If there's gravy that's running into the stuff, depends, right? Sometimes you want the gravy overlap, but many times you don't, and in those cases, I agree with that.
How about taking a piece of blueberry pie and opening up the top of the pie and removing every blueberry before eating it?
Well, that's psychotic.
See, okay, but
That's
this is what I'm talking about.
You're one step away from slitting animal throats. You know, what are you supposed to?
On one end, right? And then there's me, who's kind of normal, maybe a little picky. And then on the other side, there's my brother, who was one of those people that no food was ever good enough as served. It always had to be transformed in some way to ruin the experience for everyone around them. So my sister is like picking things out of food to separate them. My brother is that guy who would get like a fucking passion flaky, and he has to open it up, eat all the internal syrup and cream and shit, put it back together, and then just snack on the bread. Or the guy who is turning every plate of food into a sludge. Just take the peas. Every pea has to be in every mashed potato. And then you're just going to drape the meat on it and just try and get a mulch every time.
That's horrifying. That's really bad.
And it's like, you don't know which is worse, because like the brother one with the mulch is like horrible. And then you look over at your sister, who hasn't even started eating because she has to be disassembling the food. Right.
And here's the thing. It's just, obviously there's a happy normal medium in between the putting the Berlin Wall on your plate and and doing full on fruit group mixing.
Yeah.
You know, but just, it's like, okay, if you're eating. So I just mentioned steak and mashed potatoes, right?
Yeah.
Spreading your mashed potatoes on top of your steak and then cutting a slice off of it, you're fucking weird. Stop it. Not only are you weird, you're ruining the steak by not isolating its bite.
Just take a bite of the steak, and if you're half done with the steak, like maybe you swallow a little bit and you want mashed potato in there, pick up a mashed potato, and put it in your mouth. Your mouth is the second plate.
But if some of the nice like steak juices and gravies happen to hit the mash, there's no problem with that.
I mean, that's just natural of its existence on the plate.
And the mash gets a little bit better for it, you know?
Yeah.
That's fine. The mash gets a little bit of nice flavors for that. That's no problem. If you're doing, I don't know, if you're doing a plate with like, I guess like, I like if that same gravy, however, I wouldn't want it to hit the broccoli. If you know what I mean? If I had broccoli on the plate, because it's like, no.
Broccoli to be steamed in a way.
Or buttery, you know, but not, you don't want that same gravy. Mix gravy on the mash is fine. Gravy on the broccoli, you'll live, but it's you know, you want to keep that away. So to me, it's like, it depends on what you're separating. Some things should be further away than others. Some things need to be kept pure, and other things can be as intermingled as they want to be.
I just don't.
Just think about it. Like, if you would you take up? You know when like your mom has like the extra gravy in the little gravy server. Would you take that and pour it over the mash? Sure, you would.
I'm personally not big on gravy, so this kind of falls apart. But no, I would not.
Oh, okay. A lot of people I know would. I would.
I don't find that to be offensive. I just don't particularly care for extra gravy.
It's pretty tasty. Would you take that same thing and pour it over the greens? Nah, you wouldn't.
No, man.
You don't want meat flavor on your greens, right? So it's not that crazy.
You want your
it's
greens
just
to be all clean and green and shit.
Buttery. If you want to put butter on it, you go buttery on it. But like pouring the meat flavor on the greens is a little bit like, I don't know about that. I wouldn't do it. Anyway.
Some fucking psychos in the chat today.
Completely. So
fucking crazy.
Don't look at them. Do not pay attention to them.
I can. But
do not give them.
Freaks.
Do not give them the time of day. You know.
Don't shake their hand.
Do not.
Actually, you know what? Just nobody shake anybody's hand.
And do not talk about 5-hour bits that have gone way too fucking weird now.
Fucking Blanca players have been ahead of the curve by creating a situation in which you would never want to shake their hand in the first place.
Yeah. No, somewhere around the time that I saw a thread that was like, has the 5-hour bit gone too far? It's like, okay, well, now it has. What the fuck?
Yeah, I feel the question
like now we're having
whether or not a bit has gone too far obviously makes it go too far.
It's like, are you were having a serious thread to? Oh my god! All right, everyone, putting everyone. So after we were done, I put it into emote only mode just for funsies, and I was having a lull with it. And it's just like it was so rude of him to put it into emote only. All right, yeah, all right.
Hey, hey man,
Folks,
hey, anything you do but create content,
that's
fun. Rude.
We're trying to have fun, guys.
If I have eat a dinner in my mouth in front of y'all, that's rude.
That I fucking agree with, though.
If I tend my garden and water my Animal Crossing flowers during the thing, that's rude.
Pat, remember that one? Remember when I thought it would be Remember when I thought it would be nice to record a podcast outside?
Oh man, that was my favorite one.
I remember how you reacted to that.
I was like, this is a terrible idea.
So that's you chewing food into the microphone.
No. The food stops. Outside never stops.
In any case.
You can't stop outside.
In any case.
We've been trying, and outside is taking some ground back.
Yeah. I think personally, I think it could be done better if it was like in a tent or like within some sort of wind block enclosure.
To break the wind.
Wind breaking, right? Because the ambient sound of outside is nice, but the wind in the mic is the problem. So if you can solve that problem, then you're good to go. But hey, the outside world is but a distant memory. We don't need to talk about that anymore.
I have not been outside of the house in any context in like 28 days.
And how's that going?
I got this cat. Luckily, I have this cat to keep me from going crazy.
How are you getting?
Are
you doing it? You're not even for a grocery run?
No.
Okay.
There's no reason to go outside to get groceries. Have the grocery man bring you your groceries.
Yeah.
And then scare them away.
It's gotten pretty.
Chew them.
It's of course pretty nutty on the delivery times and stuff on that. But
yeah, hey, I hope everyone's refreshing the times so that you can get that delivery window in the 10 seconds it exists.
That's about correct.
Yeah.
Well, anyway.
But yeah, no outside. Outside bad. Stay inside. Cat good. Good cat.
Pizza-ghetti is real.
It's real.
There's no reason to panic.
Pizza-ghetti real. Outside bad. Cat good.
Pizza-ghetti cannot hurt you.
It can.
It cannot.
I have totally seen someone choke eating a Pizza-ghetti.
You can choke eating anything. Pizza-ghetti.
Yes.
Pizza-ghetti cannot hurt you beyond the ways.
Can hurt you.
Beyond the standard ways that food can hurt you. Sure. But there is no.
Oh yeah, so it's not gonna like physically appear.
There is nothing extra menacing about a plate of pizza spaghetti,
other than the idea that you would have to eat it.
You know. All right.
I fucking hate Pizza-ghetti. So that whenever I mention it and somebody doesn't know what it is, I'm like, yeah, this is good.
To me, it's just it is what's the word I'm looking for? Not uncouth.
Inoffensive?
It's inoffensive. It's unexpected. It's unexpected and inoffensive, right?
It's a little irreverent.
Irreverent. It's definitely irreverent, like we are here in Quebec. But but hey, guess what? There's a lot of meals that when I heard this and that together, I went, what? And then I was like, oh yeah, I guess that's fine, right? I remember the first time I heard about chicken and waffles, I was like, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's a little odd.
A waffle is a breakfast item, and chicken is like, just chicken. And then why would you want the like waffle toppings to hit the chicken toppings? Turns out that was super delicious, right? But until you learn that, until someone sits down and has it, your brain is gonna go, that might not. What's that about? You know, it's very
like it.
right. And then you gotta be pleasantly surprised. You gotta be pleasantly surprised.
Yeah,
by
you
it.
gotta reintegrate.
Yeah.
The like, you know, the mental picture of like, because I remember being a kid and I'd see a picture of broccoli and I'd be like, ew, broccoli, right?
Yeah.
Now I'm older, my taste buds are a little different. I'm like, yeah, give me a good steamed broccoli. That's delicious.
Yeah.
I have a different mental picture.
Now, of course, if you were raised in, you know, the South and you have a big black Southern American family, you have a very different experience from a Northern Jamaican, Grenadian, Canadian family. So those who can't tell the difference need to recognize there is one. But when we're talking about like mixing of foods like that, the other thing that comes to mind is I remember when there was fondue, right, as an introduced thing to me, where I was like, oh yeah, okay, that sounds cool. And then I didn't realize that my fondue ideas were always the cheese-based stuff. That's what I knew it to be. So when it's like, nah, chocolate fondue with fruits, and I was like, what?
That's all right.
It is. It totally is. But when I first heard about it, I was like, why would you do that? Chocolate's chocolate. And I mean, you like chocolate, you like fruit flavored things, but just a raw fruit dipped in chocolate, that doesn't sound good.
Because they use a fucking darker chocolate that was offset by the fruitiness.
It was very surprising to me that I was like, oh, these two things together doesn't make sense. And then it turns out it was totally fine, you know. And you go through life and there's a bunch of those things where you combine two things and you go, what? Hell, peanut butter and chocolate shouldn't have made sense, but then it did, you know?
I still don't think peanut butter and chocolate mixes as well as peanut butter and banana. I think peanut butter and banana is just right up there.
Well, we don't have to make two winners fight each other. I mean,
yeah, you're right.
there's no reason to create hostilities here. Alternate reality, I go, fuck you, what are you talking about? And then the war starts. Right?
Yeah, that's right.
But let's be real, they're both winners.
Yeah, they very much are.
But that's pretty much where the thought lands on it. It's just, you know, you take any two simple items and you fucking throw them together on the plate. There was another one that came to mind. Oh yeah, people are using like there's like plates where you can combine like French toast with burgers and things like that. There's
what?
or like grilled cheese with burgers and things like that, and you kind of like make a burger, but except it's using grilled cheese to make the patties. It's done. People do it. I haven't had it.
People do a lot of things.
People dip their fries from Wendy's into their ice cream, whatever you call those, the
Frosties.
The Frosties. People put bacon in their ice cream.
I don't think the phrase, yeah, people have done it, could ever justify anything less. I think that everything that could probably have ever been done ever in the history of anything has been done.
Okay, so fries in the Frosty, bacon in the ice cream, right?
Bacon in the ice cream's too far.
Super weird. Super duper weird.
Way too far.
Here's what's up. Both of those things, delicious. I said people to see the reaction. I said people to see it because my friend was like, nah, try it. And I was like, oh, wow. Oh, okay, I get it.
You are a fucking food criminal.
I get it. I'm not going to do it to my shit, but my friend was like, nah, just try it. And I tried it. And I was like, yeah, I get it.
This is how heroin addicts start talking. What the fuck are you talking about? I wouldn't cook it myself. But if my buddy's got a fucking line, yeah, I'll take a drag.
It's again, you go, that makes no sense, and then you taste it and you go, oh, this makes sense. And it's because it's salty and sweet, right? Similarly, like there's God, what was it? When you do the mix of like a trail mix, but they do like Reese's, they have like candy, the Reese's peanut, the pieces. They have the mini cups, but then they have pretzels mixed in. And you go, pretzels mixed in?
See, that makes perfect sense.
But then you eat it and it's salty and sweet at the same time. And it's nice. And it works. There's floats. Ice cream inside of a soda. What are you doing? Why would that make sense?
Those are both sweet.
Yeah, those are both sweet. But I'm just going back into the realm of like mixing two things that seem like they wouldn't make sense, and then you go, oh whoa, how about that?
What about rotten Swedish fish and
Well,
dirt?
the moment, yeah, all right. What about it?
What about those two great flavors that taste great together?
Yeah. So.
Oh, it's a shark, right? It's a fucking shark. Let's just fucking dig this hole and put this fucking shark in the ground for 8 months and just eat it and throw up all over each other's fucking height of culture here. Take that. Swedish? I don't even know. Is it fucking the Finns? Who the fuck is it?
Do I need to bring up pineapple pizza? I don't think I should.
It's great. Canadian invention. You're welcome.
But
you're welcome, everybody.
But does it wouldn't make sense until you tried it. There's a lot of food out there. That doesn't make sense until you try it. And all of the things I've mentioned fit into those categories. So I've gone
food that I'm not familiar with is gross.
So well, there we go. Right. So to bring it back full circle, the reason why we go on this giant tangent is because every time I used to be somebody that was obviously A, had a restricted diet for religious reasons. So B, anything that was like a little bit, mix and matchy and shit that was like not great was not only a worry, but it was weird. And no, I don't want that. That's not.
Was it pretty much a kosher diet or what?
It's pretty much a kosher diet. Yeah. We would
man.
To simplify. It doesn't have to be kosher, but to simplify, like to explain to people, when I get on a plane, like we would just say kosher, because it'd be
simpler and
it'd be than to take the 5 minutes to explain anything, right? To pull out the verse that says what's what. Cloven hooves? No. Okay. Well, fish of the sea.
No cloven hooves. Period.
Gotta have fish with gotta have scales. No scales. No eat. Like whatever. To go through all of that, you just go kosher. Keep it kosher, right? Although I don't really care about how you slit it, the throat, or bless it. It doesn't matter if you're on the conveyor belt blessing. Doesn't really matter as much. But all that to
bless
say,
it, man. Bless
all that
the
to say,
slaughterhouse and the abattoir and all that shit.
Yeah. So that's how it would go. But as a result, I used to be very much like, why would you put these two foods together? Stop it. And I'm now I've opened my eyes to the amount of times I've been surprised with two things that shouldn't make sense tasting fine. And all I wish to say is, to those of you who stand here and agree with all the other things I listed and go, oh yeah, those things are good, I assure you, Pizza-ghetti is just pizza and spaghetti. It's not a big deal. I'm so
glad that I started on the food separation side of things already, so I have the firm moral standing to tell people to stop mixing foods in general. I'm against food mixing. I don't think it's appropriate. I don't know how to explain it to the kids.
It's letting you isolate that as much as possible.
Yeah, I know. Thanks. I appreciate it.
I started that same place
How
too.
am I going to explain pineapple with pizza to my son? This is terrible. Oh my God.
Immoral.
Who would do this?
Immoral,
Canadians.
really.
Canadians started doing. Oh my goodness.
That place is going to hell.
Sure is.
Back in my day, the pineapple was. Back in my day, we could go outside. Back in my day, the pineapple was subservient to the pizza.
Now it's weird. You just have a whole shaved pineapple with like pepperonis on it. It's. I think it's gone too far.
Should have never went down to those lands and brought the pineapples back. Should have kept the pizzas pure.
Well, pizza's a fucking abomination anyway, right? Like Italian pizza's like a completely different fucking
Italian
thing.
pizza's a completely different thing.
So
yeah,
it's already fucked.
The shit we do is beyond fucked. Exactly. So holding to these ideals of purity when the purity example you're giving is already a fucking bastardization of the original source from the original place.
Stay pure, man. You gotta stay pure. It's important.
It's like the source, the place that you came from, that the pizza that you came from And that pizza's father and that pizza's father were never pure to begin with. So what the fuck leg do you have to stand on?
No,
pizza?
Don't tell me that Mike's Quebec pizza is not the realest pizza of all. Fucking hate that chain. I feel like that chain fucking ruined me on pizza because my parents loved it, and every time I'm like, oh, there's too much fucking mozzarella on this shit.
14 words. We need to secure a land for our pizza and all future pizzas of our plain cheese flavor. Something.
Oh, that's it. I would rather, if there was a single topping I could delete off the planet, it would be pepperoni. It would be get it out. Get it gone.
Don't delete it. Don't delete it. Just derank it. I just want it deranked. It's too high on the leaderboard. I don't mind that it's on the board, and I don't even mind that it's in the top 10. I just want it deranked.
I just want it to not be number 1 every time.
That's the only thing. That's the only thing. Sometimes I'm in the mood. Sometimes I'm in the mood for it when I want a really salty slice, but sometimes I don't want a salty slice. You know, most of the time I prefer.
Grew up hating pizza because of pepperoni.
Yeah, interesting. Guess what?
Just like because
I dodged pepperoni for most of my life.
Oh, lucky.
Shit's pork.
Every single fucking piece of pizza that I had from like age 0 to like fucking 16 was, hey, we're getting everybody a pizza. What does everybody want? And like the 4 dumbasses that are pickier than me and won't eat shit go, we gotta get pepperoni and cheese only. It's like, fuck. Every time.
I grew up
every fucking lowest common denominator pizza ever.
Basic bitch choices, you know. I grew up obviously eating more beef and chicken slices, but right, and that's what it is, right? But here's the thing: at a certain point, obviously, I was able to open up those flavors, and when I opened up those flavors, here's what I discovered: 2 things. One, if you want to go with your pig, bacon is really nice.
All right on a pizza.
And here's the other thing: Italian sausage.
It's pretty good.
Is a better pepperoni, and it doesn't.
How much?
It's an upgraded pepperoni. Why are we still rocking the basics? Why are we going pistol? Why are we going pistol when we got a Gauss cannon?
It's nice and a little subtle compared to pepperoni, which is just searing your fucking tongue with salt.
I don't like the idea that anyone would taste Italian sausage slices, like a good Italian sausage slice, and be like, nah, I prefer the pepperoni. It's like you want the cheaper tasting meat. You want the bologna. You want that fucking mustardy bologna nastiness. Really? What's up with that? Italian sausage is so much better, man.
Who could take our opinions seriously? We don't even live in New York, so apparently we don't know anything about pizza.
Right.
All the pizzas that I've had are pretty trash. Not a fan of pizza in general. I always find people's obsession with it kind of pointless.
Nah, pizza's good, man. Pizza's good.
I will give pizza the fucking.
It's worth fighting over. It's worth fighting over.
Of reheatableness, in that it reheats pretty much as good as it was, which is not the case for almost anything you can get in a box at the door. So it's gonna stay way more consistent, but on its own,
If you order bacon on your pizza and they give you bacon bits, like salad bacon bits, you need to fucking toss that shit.
No, don't toss it.
You need to go down there and write them a sternly worded letter and hand them that letter and say, how dare you? I want my slices of cut bacon. Don't give me no fucking bacon bits.
Then they will tell you, sir, you can't be here right now.
Fight the chef. And if you win, then they've got to use real bacon. Remember how they used to be those dog ads where they'd advertise real bacon?
I do. Those ads still run. We just don't watch TV anymore.
Yeah. Even the dogs are good enough for real bacon. The fuck you gonna sprinkle bits on my shit?
Okay, you know how much real bacon is in like per gram of dog food? Even in that shit, it's maybe like a tenth of a gram.
If you have to fucking, if you're putting bacon in, on an ingredient, as an ingredient on a pizza, and you grab a sprinkler to put it on, fuck off.
Why is it so important? That's because see, that's you're trying to hit
It's a hard,
bacon
crunchy,
flavoring.
completely different thing.
Crunchy bacon is terrible.
I disagree with that.
The vast majority of bacon is
I want
overcooked.
No, I want crunch. I don't mind crunchy at all. You're crazy. But
I want my bacon seared so that I don't die.
you're nuts, dude. You don't want it crunchy. That's crazy.
No, man.
You know, there's something really interesting.
If you haven't had good baked bacon that's like nicely cooked but not like crunchy, you know what you're talking about.
You know what's really funny? There is nothing more divisive than food opinions.
Food. Oh man.
Food opinions are the height of divisiveness.
It's a
You
primary
cannot come
state.
together. And you have to engage in it. You have to engage in it.
It's both 100% subjective, deeply personal because it's personally subjective on every individual level, but it's not like, you know, I like that movie. Why'd you like that movie? Right? If Paige gives me a food and the food is good, I go, oh, that's really good. And she goes, why is that good? Because it tastes good in my mouth.
Yeah.
And like that's how like you can obfuscate that, you can drag that out, you can elaborate, but that's really what it comes down to because I like to put it in my tummy.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers. And it's why it's so infuriating when people do like for real ass food crimes, right? Just
motherfuckers
like don't
yelling
try
about
this at home. Food crimes. You can't help but have the internal just like no, like when you see it.
Yeah. Here's the other problem is, of course, the one bad childhood experience creates a permanent hatred and aversion to a thing. And
That's true.
And you cannot fight that because you're fighting against literally the way someone was reared, you know?
Yeah.
So.
But then there are other times where you're looking at that Brazilian pizza and you're like, I refuse to believe this is cultural. I demand an explanation for this.
Motherfuckers continue to spout shit from me being yelled at for my breakfast choices from people who run away from normal milk and prefer skim and run away from olives and whatever else.
All right,
whatever the fuck else was on that list.
Let me ask you a question.
Like okay, bro.
What is normal milk to you? What is the percentage?
I mean, 2 is, you know, normal milk. The one the one when you walk up to the aisle, it's the whole aisle.
It's the most, yeah.
That's you know, and
that's the way to go.
And I was and I remember when I was young too, there was a moment where I had to go and grab fucking the lactancia stuff because I had an early lactose intolerance that I got over, you know. So, but even back then, it was like, no, it was delicious. I just would get sick afterwards. But, right, the idea that it's like, oh no, only whole or only skim or whatever.
You know what?
No, not only whole. Sorry, it was skim. Is what it was. Just like, what the?
You know what, Wooly? Earlier you said that people who think that certain food combinations are okay, but not others, are insane.
Yeah.
Courtesy of some guy in the chat who posted another Brazilian pizza for us that I have given to you in Discord. I present to you, this is the end time. This is the end variation of your desired fucking pizza state.
The final step on the upgrade chart.
Just 4 different pizza quarters. One looks like all onions, olives thrown everywhere, a bunch of Smarties on caviar.
All right, well, this is
random bunch of strawberries.
This is no good. There are literally Smarties in the middle of this pizza. And
yeah, just mix sweet and savory together, man.
And all life.
Oh, it's all fine.
Endalllife.exe.
So, a Brazilian in the chat said, no, that's totally our culture. That is real. To which case, I demand that Brazil stop this.
I saw the video of the mayo spread. I think
that was actually a type of soft cheese.
It looked like mayo, and I grew immensely uneasy. I grew very uneasy from that.
I demand that you all stop this right now.
Food choices, man. Food choices. Here, one thing that, you know, there's all that shit in there. Again, if I could go back and respond to for breakfast with skim milk, we'd be living in a different world.
Sometimes you gotta have skim milk. A lot of people's doctors are like, if you gotta drink milk, you gotta be skim milk.
But don't champion it. Don't champion it like it's delicious and better than regular milk.
I'm never gonna
fucking
stand
psychopaths
on a hill and be like, oh, you all need to drink skim milk. It's delicious. Like, no, man, it's 2%. 3.25 is actually too creamy for most times.
Well, and here's the thing. Here's another bit, right? A bunch of y'all and a bunch of people up here are not fans of spicy food and don't appreciate a good ass spice, and that shit is also infuriating when I'm in the mood for spice and I'm told something's spicy and then I eat it and it's mild as fuck, and it's just like, you weak ass tongued motherfuckers. Can we get some real spice, please?
Like my mom and dad, I took them out to a restaurant and like I gave them like the mildest thing on the menu, and then my mom was like, "Oh, it's a little spicy." I'm like, "Mom, it's not. It's just not."
Fucking coward white people.
And it's like,
up your spice game. Up your spice game, white people. It's real. Let's go.
Anchor Bar with you
Learn
and the guys. And you and I fucking, I think you loaded up on death sauce and I loaded up on suicide sauce. And everybody else loaded up on, like, you know, the one alarm thing, like the generic spiciness.
Yeah.
And everyone's eating their chicken wings and they're like, oh yeah, it's good. It's good Anchor Bar. And you and I were in the corner. You were at the head of the table and I was the one right next to it. And we weren't talking and we were just sweat pouring down.
Yep.
And every now and then we would look at each other and like kind of blanch and go, it's good. Yeah, it's like to convince the other one that oh no, it's good spice, like it.
Do you know how upsetting a dry ass piece of chicken is? Dry ass chicken. You understand how it is deeply upsetting. I am offended deep inside at a dry ass slice of chicken. Fuck off with that. Learn to spice. And that's the thing, you know, like nobody going, oh, spice is gross, spice is disgusting. No, everyone realizes that they're cowards. You're either a coward or you're not. There's no spin on whether or not spice is better. It's your whether or not you're a bitch.
I bet you could do like a math equation on like human suffering over the lifetime of people and how much of that was for spices. Like 10%. Because there was a lot of bad trips made for spice.
Yeah. Have you ever like had something with a certain flavor tapped onto it and then you just go, oh, I can never go back to having it without this?
That's pretty much how I feel about anything that I got a spice, like a heat-based spiced or like a hot sauce on,
right?
That was improved. I'm like, well, I don't want to.
You can never go back. You can never go back. Straight up.
And it makes you feel like an asshole because you go to a place, you're like, hey, can I get a spicy chicken? And they give you the chicken, and you're like, no, I'll be an asshole. I literally can't eat this because it's for cowards. I need the spicy one. Yes, you can see I'm a huge cracker. Give me the spicy one, man.
Imagine
the real one.
Imagine anything you ate that was cinnamon flavored. Now remove the cinnamon from that.
Oh, that's just a fucking dramatic improvement.
Fuck that life. Fuck that life.
That's a huge improvement. Cinnamon and brown sugar are insanely overused on almost everything.
Cinnamon is delicious.
I think brown sugar might be the most overpowering fucking flavor that could ever be put on a food. Every single time I've had anything with brown sugar, I fucking take a bite and go, it says so much brown sugar in it. All I can taste is brown sugar.
Dude, cinnamon with an icing glaze, you know, like that combo is just magic. Anyway.
Listen, the important thing.
And here, you want to go full circle on that?
Yeah, let's go full circle.
Brown sugar, which you then brown sugar on bacon, and then it cooks. It cooks in the oven, and then it becomes candied. It becomes caramelized bacon.
That makes sense.
So it's like the maple way, but instead of maple, you go with the caramelized, and it's dangerously good. Dangerously good. Yeah. Yeah. Straight up. You try that shit out. You candy the bacon and then you bake it in the oven. You pull it out. Not only will your house smell amazing, you bite in and you go, "Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. I'm in danger.
Time to get fucking fat."
Yeah. It's bad.
It's time.
It's bad.
Hey, I want to respond to somebody who pointed out something that'll give everybody at home new information. Somebody accused me of not having a good sense of taste, which is incorrect. In fact, what I do have is a remarkably terrible sense of smell that is almost always overpowered by core flavors, which is why stuff like brown sugar drives me so crazy, because half of the smell of the food that I'm supposed to get, I'm not getting. So then it's like, oh, great, brown sugar, great, gritty, delicious.
Yeah, your variables are all fucked up. Your bars are off.
All the primaries are way too high.
Your monitor is not calibrated, so fuck your opinions on that.
My nose is bad. What can I tell you? It's not good.
The rest of us are tasting something completely different.
Paige had a fucking, what the fuck was it? It was some kind of plant. Some kind of plant. She's like, "Oh, this smells so good." I'm like, "That's nice." And she's like, "What? You can't smell this?" And she held it out like, I don't know, a foot in front of my head. I'm like, "No." And she held it like directly as close to my face as it could without touching. And I'm like, "No, I don't know what that smells like."
Weed?
No, it wasn't weed. It was
okay.
It wasn't Brussels sprouts or green onions. It was
cilantro.
I don't know. It's a leafy green. It's a leafy green. I fucking forget the name of it. Not spinach, but like one of the other ones.
Arugula, kale,
maybe one of that.
Sure. Well, anyway.
Don't these flowers smell beautiful? No. They smell like styrofoam.
What'd you do?
What'd I do? Well, I had a crazy adventure out of the house. No, I didn't. Beat Doom Eternal.
I'm going to ask you to be significantly less spoilery than you were last week.
I was not. Everything I talked about had been shown in trailers. So game's great. Game's just great. The final boss is like the shittiest part of the whole game, which is a bummer. Like, it's like, say the whole game's like a 10 or like maybe wavering into a 9. Final boss is like a 7. It's like, this isn't, it's cool, but it's like a lame fight. Ending's great. Unlockables are great. The unlockables are super great. You get to play Doom 1 and 2 in there, like in their entirety. And the weird PC version they have, it will fucking accept custom WADs. So you can play like whatever the fuck stupid Doom mods you want inside Doom Eternal.
Did you enjoy it as much as Doom 2016?
I enjoyed it significantly more.
Good. That's all I need.
And it really cements that like first-person DMC feel, because I went back to earlier levels, but at the higher difficulty, highest difficulty I could play, and they're a fucking joke. And they're not a fucking joke because like the enemies aren't hard. They're a joke because of like the wild improvement that you make in terms of like movement in particular over the course of the game. Like the early enemies like imps and arachnotrons like can't do anything to you anymore. It's fucking awesome. Game's great.
Give me that style ranking patch, please.
Just pretend it's inside you.
I always do.
Because it's there. It is absolutely there. It's just not visible. They've also got this thing called master levels, which seems to be like, hey, did you beat the game on Nightmare? Like, here you go. And they take old campaign levels and they remix them completely to have completely new enemies. And they're basically all the final level.
Okay.
So, like, you'll do the third level, and instead of like 2 imps and an arachnotron, it's like 3 of the strongest enemies in the game. Just all over the place.
Okay.
It's fucked. Game's great. Game's super great. Final boss is a little weak, and there's a big visual thing in the background of tons of stages that I expected was going to go to a cool type of level that we didn't get. So it's kind of like a missed opportunity, but there's still DLC coming. Yeah, Doom Eternal is great.
There is DLC coming, in fact. Yes.
There is.
There are going to be
campaign DLC.
Self-contained stories, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. I like that.
Also, I like the music better than Doom 2016.
Good.
It's just a smidgen better, right? It's a tweak, but yeah, it's better. It's great. It's awesome.
Make out doing himself is what are you gonna
the core
can't shake a
track,
stick at that.
which is the only thing they fear is you, is probably my favorite, but it's good. Oh, it's real good. What else? Well, Doom Eternal came out, and alongside
Did you, by any chance, watch anything?
I did.
Did you watch Tiger King?
Yes.
Yes!
But
yes, let's go.
But
let's go.
I watched Tiger King at 4:30 this morning with Paige, so we only watched the one, but I said, hey, podcast is tomorrow.
You only watched the first episode.
Yeah, only the first episode. So be careful. So well, I should probably watch this Tiger King I keep hearing about. I got more out of that first episode than I get out of entire seasons of other shit.
What did you know about it before you clicked play?
That it was about a guy named the Tiger King.
Okay.
And that people kept talking about Tiger King.
Okay, yes, it's that. It's that new thing that it's the same vein. It hits the same grapevine as Fire Festival, as Making a Murderer, as The Staircase, etc. It's the new thing that's out, and you gotta go see it. Holy shit, what a ride.
It is in its core. So we're good to talk about the premise, right?
We can talk about the premise, and we can talk about the first episode.
Sure. So the premise is fascinating. It's something I don't think I would ever care about. And I
cared about it.
Oh yeah?
I cared about it because I remember I heard a stat, right? And that stat was that there are more tigers in captivity in America than there are in the entire wild.
Yeah.
And that
is accurate.
That was fucking crazy to me, right? When I heard that, I was like, how does that make any sense? How does that, like, what world do we not know about that explains this stat? Because this this couldn't happen overnight in one generation. This had to be there.
It's been going.
And I was like, what story do we not know that explains how this many tigers exist in America?
And the story
compared to the wild.
In rural America, there is a booming exotic animal private zoo thing going on that I had no idea about. These dudes this guy's got 200 tigers.
There are many Southern folk who see the idea of owning a tiger as the height of luxury and even masculinity and any other thing that you want to ascribe. And the bigger your ego, the more tigers you got to have. You know?
Can connect the dots on that to, hey, look how rich I am. I own a fucking tiger.
Certainly.
Because tigers are ridiculous.
Certainly.
But so I'm like, okay. And we meet our main character, one Mr. Joe Exotic, who is he's an anime character.
Nope, stranger than fiction. You cannot write him there's so much going on with every one of the main characters of this story. It's a documentary, by the way, docuseries. There's so much going on that you could not write it because it would seem too absurd.
If these characters came out onto like the page of a manga, you'd be like, this character's stupid. Nobody's this weird.
I don't even want to say everything that he is into or what he does.
No, definitely not. But he is a fucking weird contradiction in tone, attitude, action, profession, temperament, humor. Joe Exotic's hilarious.
Super eccentric character that is currently there are like people like Ed Norton are on Twitter fighting to play him in what will surely be the dramatized film.
So you get Joe Exotic, and then you're like, okay, well, what other characters are we gonna go into? We're gonna meet the park rangers. Wow, there's a cast.
Yeah.
Okay, let's meet the mentor. Oh, that dude's insane.
Yeah.
Let's meet the villain. Oh, she seems not. Oh, she's super crazy. like top to bottom.
You cannot be involved in this life of owning tigers without being completely fucking nuts.
And then there's a subtext to it that comes through in the first episode, which is, okay, let's these people are from different states primarily. One of the villains from Florida, our heroes from Oklahoma. I forget where the Doc guy is. I think he's one state over. And when you go to our hero Joe Exotic's zoo, and you're doing the setup interviews with everybody. Hey, I'm the ranger. Hey, I'm the head ranger. Hey, I'm the You notice something in these interviews, and that is at the mentor's ranch and at the villain's ranch, everyone's fine. But at Joe's ranch, every single person is carrying around some horrible maim or missing limb or disability. Like every single person.
I mean, so they're like, yes, but no, and that is a bit misleading, but there definitely is a level of like, what the fuck is wrong with you that like you clearly have been disfigured from fucking around with tigers, and you're still fucking around with tigers.
Like every single like it's laughable because you got Joe Exotic talking about how safe the park is, and then we smash cut to another. It's like, oh man, we love those tigers, and they go to gesture with their stump.
Yep.
It's like,
yep. So
it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Listen, right? There's something that happens, and I'm not going to say anything else about the remaining episodes to you, right? Besides, obviously, watch them. I'm sure you will. I will. It's pretty hard to not get bought in after that first bit. But here's what I'll say. Over the course of watching the next few episodes, what I found personally for me was that I was like, at some point, the tigers become normalized.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Who cares about the tigers?
Right? It becomes a thing where you're like, oh, yeah, there they are, whatever. But by the end, the tigers are the least interesting aspect of the story.
Oh, yeah. You can easily see that.
The tigers are the least interesting aspect of the entire story by the time the final credits roll.
And I think the craziest thing is that I feel a profound sense of appreciation, or like a little golf clap for the luck of the filmmaker and documentary crew that started this documentary.
Yeah.
Because it becomes very clear within about 5 minutes that this show is an accident.
Yes.
And this show is not what it was supposed to be.
I'm going to go ahead and say that, to be perfectly honest, I think the best documentaries and docuseries we'll get are the ones that are accidental, right? The ones where we started filming for a completely different reason, and in the middle of that storyline, this shit fucking happened, and there was cameras rolling when it did. That's the best.
Originally, this is a documentary, and don't worry, I won't do this, but it's a documentary about arguments between the owners of private zoos and animal rescue groups as to the status and ethical treatment of animals, depending on breeding tigers for show or letting people meet tigers or what's called cub petting or this stuff. And then the built-in hypocrisy of the groups ostensibly trying to do the right thing, yada, yada. And it's a business thing. So they started shooting that as a documentary. And that's not what they got as a documentary. They got something just shoot off at a tangent.
There's a magical,
completely different type of story.
Yeah, and there's another staff that's on set filming a reality TV show. You know, but there's a magic to an interviewing technique where when you got a character, right? When you're in the middle of a story and you look at somebody that you're sitting down with, and you're like, oh, you're top billing. Your name would be on the poster, right?
Yeah.
You ask those people a question, and then they respond, and then there's a pause where you're supposed to follow up. You do not follow up.
Just let them keep talking.
Do not follow up.
Just let's
you
see
let them, because they say the answer, and then they're waiting for you to back and forth, but then you don't. So then they go, well, then let me explain a little bit more, and then they got to reach down deep and get to the truth. And then when that comes out, you're like, there's the good shit. It's the third paragraph. The third paragraph is the good shit.
It's great because there is two of those situations going on. There's the documentary crew that is following this Tiger King and this animal rescue outfit and this other tiger zoo and what have you. And they do that to the nth degree. But the kickoff point for the story is a news anchor from local news doing this technique to Joe Exotic.
Yeah.
And going just the straight up question, what do you mean by that?
Yeah.
And letting him answer 3-4 times in a row.
Yeah.
Which led to me like putting my hand in my mouth. So like, you're not supposed to say that on TV.
That's great. It's great.
That was a bad thing to say.
And some people might actually recognize him from TV because he did appear on TV once. If they happen to be late night watchers, you know. But anyway, that type of story where you're filming something and then something else happens is great. I think the two other standouts being Making a Murderer, obviously, and Dear Zachary, as like, this was not supposed to be this, but it turned into this, are absolutely like fantastic like pieces of history. But yeah, Tiger King, not at all in the same tone as it's a similar type of show to like the ones I just mentioned, but not in the same tone as Dear Zachary, obviously. And with Making a Murderer, whereas that's a big old whodunit where you're like, what the fuck happened here as you're following this crazy ass story with these people. In this case, it is like, I don't want to say mostly hijinks, but it's what happens. It's the natural conclusion of these egos clashing into each other.
All right, I got it. I can do it for you. All right, so Ricky, Bubbles, and Julian.
Yes.
Move to Oklahoma.
Yes.
And start a tiger zoo.
Yes.
But it's real.
Yes.
It's not a Trailer Park Boys episode. It's an actual documentary.
There is a 30-second clip, maybe or so, that happens in one of the future episodes that I stood up and fucking I had to walk away. Like,
was it that kind of thing where it makes you uncomfortable? Or I
no,
can't believe that?
It is the hardest laugh I've had at like Netflix at a television in such a long time. There is a moment. It is a fucking platinum ass moment. It is beautiful. And I was like, it's one of those. It's almost like, you know, in Firefest, the water. So, you know, the water moment type of thing. Like, we had to get the water bottles to the kids somehow.
Yeah.
It's a little bit. It's kind of one of those. And keep an eye out for a vape pen.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Anyway.
But yeah, no, reality stranger than fiction. There's no way you could write, you know, I once, when I was younger, I thought, like, why would you ever read nonfiction books? Because, I mean, fiction books, you could do anything, right? It could be, oh, there's a dragon, I'm a robot, you know, whatever, right? And it's like, nah, because the infinite permutations of stupid shit that we have all gotten up to will create things that no one could have ever thought up.
Stranger than fiction. You can't write it. You cannot. Anyway, so Tiger King's great. I definitely suggest I get on that. I was planning to just do a couple episodes and then we did it all in one sitting.
That's, if it had not been 4:30 a.m. when we started watching, we would have burned through easy, like in a shot. Because just fucking riveting. And I had this moment watching the first episode where Joe was talking, and I looked over and I go, man, this guy's just exploding with charisma. He's just like magnetic. And then the very next edit was him going, this is how we deal with people around here. And they're like shooting an effigy with shotguns.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay.
Something I love. Something,
all right.
There's something I fucking adore, right? That certain cuts, so it's editing is so magic. It's so magic when it's done right, when it's powerful, right? And one of my favorite things in the world is when they have this. So Daily Show used to do this, is they'd interview somebody, but they'd show you the dead air.
Yeah.
And they give you that 10 seconds before and after, as people are like straightening their coats and they're getting ready, and they're like, okay, and yep, okay, and we're on. Right. And they give you a little bit of those moments, and they give you the afterwards. There is when you're talking about like one of the lords, one of the many Tiger Kings, one of the people we cover here. Yes. This dude will be like full on in character, and then will just snap back and be like, yeah, okay, was that it? It's fine, okay, or whatever. Do this, do that.
That's good.
All right, well, you guys come up to the house. You're gonna knock on the door. You're gonna say, hey guys, nice to meet you. I'll do the whole thing.
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool.
And the camera guys are joking about how he's a better director than they are.
And it's just like, this is how you're gonna do it. All right. Cool. All right. Hey, how's it going?
There's a real insincerity is. I was thinking about this the other day. I was doing a little research on it. Insincerity is like the single, if not, like one of the worst, or if not the single most, like disgusting, like internal reaction, emotion you can see in someone. And in that case, it's really cool to see a situation where everybody prepares for some kind of performance. Like I sat down in front of this podcast, you know, before the mic turned on, I fixed my coat and went,
yeah. Oh, for sure.
Okay, right?
Yeah.
But there's a certain value in seeing someone literally just put the mask on. Because sometimes it's fucking nightmarish. And like with Doc, it's like, oh. Yeah. Okay. All right. This is a complete fabrication, top to bottom. Holy shit.
Yeah. No, there's a difference between realizing you're on energy, which again I absolutely have, right? I assure you, if you come in and peek on me, you'll get a quieter talking and probably more sarcastic version of myself.
Oh yeah, Willie has a real fucking on-off state for the fucking podcast where you're not awake and then you hit the button, then you shake your head and go, all right. And then post-podcast, you just kind of deflate.
The process of recording wakes me up.
Yeah.
I wake up as I'm on the air. And in many cases, if it's a really long one, it's like, oh, I haven't eaten anything. Turns out I was running on fumes.
Oh, my blood sugar is fucked.
Didn't realize I was on the magic pixel. Not my blood sugar. I'm not diabetic.
Well, yeah, no, but your blood, when you haven't eaten all day and you're stealing your energy, that's still your blood sugar.
But there is absolutely a complete hexadecimal mask switch that goes on for some people that is like, yes, keep that switch in the edit. Do not give them what they want.
Let me see the mask come on, and even more important, let me see the mask come off. And it's like, oh,
you get that here, and it's marvelous.
That's weird, isn't it?
So Tiger Lords, Tiger King, They call him the king for a reason. Angry Scar, Tiger Uppercut. Anyway, that's binge worthy.
It's wild.
Binge worthy.
It's fucking. Despite being about captive animals, it's totally fuck it.
Yeah.
So far I am enamored and fascinated, and it does a great little in media res, and just the nature of the story works out perfectly. Not even just the fucking documentarianism of it, just the way it panned out is like, it starts with, wow, this situation got really bad, huh? And then you flash back to the good old days, and you have that, like, how could it get this bad? And by the end of the first episode, I'm like, I know exactly how. It's actually really, really, really clear. And instead, it becomes, how did it not get that bad for so long? How did
what staved it off? Yeah, I'm glad that they start out the first episode showing you the future, so that you go back to tell the story. I think that's a better way to do it, for sure. I'm very excited to dive into that some more. Here, kitty. Here, kitty. So yeah, okay. I'm glad you got one in.
It's good. I'm glad I grabbed it. Sunday night has become like shore up the week section of the podcast, which is even more common now because, I mean, we're not going anywhere.
Sure.
We're not doing that. What else? Before Tiger King, I also got to say, I talked briefly about Animal Crossing last week. I don't really
Did you cross the animal line?
Wait, did I not talk about Animal Crossing last week? Did that? I literally can't remember if I talked about it last week.
I feel like you did. But I'm not 100%. Animal Cross.
A little. I did
Tekken.
a little. Okay.
Animal Cross Tekken.
Animal Crossing is a game where it is the perfect game for all of us right now, because it's about going outside and tending your garden and interacting with your community.
And it actually has you on a day schedule that mirrors the real time outside, so it actually makes sense.
Unless you're a filthy time traveler, which we don't talk to them. Don't talk to time.
Yeah, I heard that's you can cheat and get shit by time traveling.
It's the in-game clock is just the system clock.
So can you jump back afterwards and keep your shit?
You can, if you keep going forward, it's no problem.
If you go back,
going backwards can occasionally unbuild things.
Does the game know and punish you?
I'm not certain. I haven't done it.
Because you would think the game would be like, oh, wait, what? What's happening? There should be a whole bunch of lines for people that are confused as to what the fuck is going on.
Well, that would make sense, like from a Mr. Rossetti point of view. I got a good haul on the stock market this week. We got a 2.6 million bell haul off the stock market, so I'm making a big dent in my debt.
Wow.
I've created a village that Paige and a bunch of my friends have seen and have described it as a island for psychos, an island for crazy people, and I don't think that's true. It's just that it's come up in the past that Pat is not a very creative person. But everybody has creative urges, man.
But what creativity is required here?
Well, where you decorate, where you put houses, where infrastructure goes. It's a little city builder. And I decided that I wanted to have one of every crossbred flower in the game, which meant that I needed to acquire all 8 flower types and arrange them in an 8x8 interlocking grid to maximize the cross-pollination potential, which led to the creation of what I'm calling the Omni Garden. And it is like a third of my main island is these rows of perfectly square flowers that I was watering earlier today before we started the podcast, because I want those blue lilies, goddammit. Sorry, blue rose, whatever. I want all the blues. And I've taken all of my day-to-day store infrastructure, and that all lives to the left of the plaza. And then we have a residential segment, which is off to the side, and they're all gridified. They're all in nice little rows. And everyone who comes over, they see the Omni Garden.
Checker them, you fool.
They see the Omni Garden. They see they are checkered.
Okay.
They're 8x8 interlocking in checkered. They're in diagonals. It's 5, 8, 12. So 5 internal diagonal, 8 on the exterior, and 12 on the external. It usually goes white, red, yellow. So I got the interlocking diagonal flower Omni Garden, and then next to that is the spaced diagonal perfect interlocking 5 rows of each fruit for orcharding that is sealed off in a square. And then I discovered the real bane of your existence in Animal Crossing. And that bane is figuring out which villagers you want. So, Wooly, there are 400 plus villagers.
What do you mean what you want? Aren't they just there?
They are. But would you like to hang out with Stinky the cat, who is a luchador? Or Lucha, the luchador bird?
Wait, there's two?
Yeah, there's a bunch, dude.
There's
Instead
two
of,
luchadors.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. Instead of, I don't know, fucking Peck, the sparrow who works out, or Sparrow, who is a sparrow.
Oh, is it randomly generated?
Here's a little quote from Eli. There are almost as many Animal Crossing villagers as there are Pokemon.
Are they randomly assigned to your village?
They're not randomly sorted. They are all unique. They have dozens of different personality types, and they all have a unique
You're misunderstanding me. Does every village contain every villager?
No, they contain 10.
That's what I'm asking. So you get 10 random ones when you start playing.
Pretty much. You get 2 that are totally random. You can try and pick out some others.
And the more you grow, the more people join.
Yeah, you get to a maximum of 10. And here's the part where it's like, uh-oh. Once you hit 10 and you got all the villagers that the game is assigned to you, it's like, I don't want this guy. I want the cool robot bunny.
So what do you do?
All right. Well, you try and figure out a way to get them out of your village. And this is where...
Can you banish people?
You cannot banish people. In fact, what you have to do, and I'm going to copy a link to you, Wooly, is ignore them. You have to, every time they try and come up to talk to you, turn your back on them. Then go to Isabel, if they do manage to talk to you, and file a regional complaint that they're rude to you. And eventually they will become so miserable in the village, they will leave on their own.
That's fucked up. So you ostracize them.
Yes.
And you make them so unhappy that they leave.
You can also...
You gaslight the shit out of them.
So the danger here, I'm going to send you a photo here, Willie. The danger is that they will run up to you and talk to you, and you won't be able to stop them. So you need some way to make sure that they can't run and talk to you.
They run up to you and force an interaction?
Yeah. So if you see in the photo that I sent you, which is a tweet that I made earlier, you can see that one of the things that you could do is that you have collision with these other animals, and you can push them to where you want, and then you can seal them in with fences.
Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Now that only works during the day. Ideally, you want to wake up at 5 or 6 in the morning. I pulled that from my Twitter. I was trying to get rid of Phoebe last night. You wake up at 5 or 6 in the morning before they've woken up, and you create an impenetrable barrier around their house and jail them.
Before they can run out of the house.
And then if you fully sealed them in, and you fully ignore them for a time, they will eventually be like, I gotta get out of here. The problem is, here's the problem. I didn't like Phoebe on my island because she's a boring character. I think she's lame. But I was penning her in. I was hitting her with bats. I was complaining about the way she dressed to Isabel every day. And I just finished in penning her into a river estuary, hoping that she would fall into the river and drown. And then I looked on Twitter and saw what the dialogue actually was when people get fed up to leave. And it is a picture of Ozzy the koala, because he's from Australia. And he calls you old bear, haha, who is actually one of my other villagers that I like, talking to the villager saying, I don't want to talk to you anymore. You made me sad. Please go away. And I was like, oh, that's awful.
Oh, now you think that's awful.
That's really sad. So I unblocked Phoebe. I dismantled the signs. I talked to her and I gave her some peaches. She was really stoked about that. And I said, you know what? Let's just forget. You know, it was just a little hazing.
What did you think? What this?
Just a little
dude,
just a little
it's
prank.
Fucking social ostracization. It's the
Prank,
you're
Phoebe,
super mean.
It's a funny little prank.
Wow.
All right, let's you go hang out with Peck up. I moved you near where Peck's house is. You guys can work out by the bonfire that I've built there.
Wow. The back down.
And now I'm thinking about, like, okay, I don't know what to do because my island has some fucking losers on it.
You know what? I was gonna say that you know, it's kind of fucked up that like Nintendo's system would have this this would exist where you have to be so horribly mean to someone and like absolutely ruin their shit and gaslight them and fuck them over till they emotionally are just like, I can't take this anymore, and they leave. It would have been so much simpler and easier to just go to a list and go kick as if they were in a lobby on an online match, right? Mm-hmm. But because you can't do that, and because the game is about feelings and communications with people, maybe Nintendo is actually genius and brilliant, because you can't choose what life is going to throw at you. And if you have to get rid of somebody like this, it's not as easy as just going kick and evaporating them from your fucking island. You can't just make
somebody move out like that. You got to make them want to leave.
Yeah, so maybe the fact that this system requires you to be a jerk is brilliant. I changed my mind.
It's so currently in my island, I got Phoebe the Phoenix, who's pretty normal. I got Peck, who's a sparrow, loves getting ripped, working out. I got Merengue, who's a rhino that is colored like a strawberry shortcake and loves baking. I got Patty, the cow, who's into rock music and horror movies. She's cool. I got Ed the horse, who's like a blue weird horse who thinks he's the shit. No one else up with that.
Why could you complain about people's clothing?
I think because they have multiple outfits they can wear,
and you can go tell Isabel at the you
can
can go to City Hall and say, I don't like her clothes, make her change them.
Yeah, and she's like, oh, I'm so sorry, she's been dressing inappropriately.
And then do they go force them to change?
They listen. If you want to have a good time in this community, you're gonna change.
That's fucked up. That's fucked up.
All right.
That's ridiculous. I can't believe that happens.
I also got a cat named Kabuki on the way who seems insane. So there's a winner. But yeah, I originally wanted a fucking island of total weirdos. I wanted a fucking island with, like Lucky the dog, who's a Snoopy looking dog head to toe in bandages with a glowing evil eye. You know? I want the weird ones. But yeah, the game's pretty great. It's going to take me a long time to pay off some bells. There is one thing that I actually very much dislike about the time traveler people.
And what's
that's
that?
when you visit their island, they are like weeks ahead of you in terms of progress, like actual literal weeks.
Yeah.
And they've turned their island into downtown Osaka. And you're like, I have an orchard. Yeah, you can turn it into a full ass cityscape. Absolutely.
And you've got trees and a little farm.
And I've got like a nice little country lake village. And it's like, cute. Oh. My
actually wait, was the
second
second game was City Folk, right? Like
that's right.
Yeah, so.
And in that game, I believe you could turn your city into a quaint little village. So it's all about like taming the fucking area.
Did you get your arcade cabinet?
I did not.
Well, then what the fuck are you doing?
I currently have like a really
whack.
There's an Astro City.
There's an Astro City arcade cabinet, and there's 3 variations of it. And
listen, Wooly, I have bigger problems right now. All right,
that should be your number one priority.
I have a rice cooker. I have a shaved ice machine. I have a coffee machine, and I have no table to put them on, so they're all sitting on the floor in my living room. Don't know what to do with them. Can't make the table because I don't know how to make a cooking board.
Get your fucking arcade machine, bro.
Yeah.
That's how that should be number 1 with a bullet on your list of priorities.
I've caught almost all the rare fish in my month. And all the rare bugs in my month, so I'm pretty happy about that. It's a good game. It's very relaxing, very calming. Though once you get about a week in and you've really gone hard at it, the game really goes, no, you're gonna play this half an hour a day. Because any cool thing that you want to do, you want to build a bridge,
takes tomorrow.
You want to move a house,
you gotta wait a day.
Tomorrow. Yep.
Did you
want to pay off your what's that?
Did you art?
No. I did figure out how to use the in-game pattern maker to create signs that said "Leave now."
Mm-hmm.
That was my design. But no, I don't. Yeah, I have friends who know how to do art, so I'll talk to them, and they'll do art.
Okay.
There's also a cool feature that you can link up your phone and scan QR codes to download
Nook
arts
link.
that other people make. Yeah, Nook Link.
So
it's
you're
good.
just using, yeah, you could use that.
Yeah. Hey, man, I got to fucking take care of the Omni Garden because eventually I'll be the only one with blue and black roses and everyone will be jealous because I'll have them all around my house.
So just for clarity then, you did not, in fact, bully anybody off the island.
I did not. It was just a prank, bro.
It never went that far.
It never went that far. Just, I mean, in real time, it was only about 45 minutes. So, like, you know, that's like, come on. Stop crying. It's just joke, man. Just a big joke.
Is there any penalty for making people leave?
They make you feel bad.
Yep, that's correct. That's the correct answer. That's exactly what I was looking for.
That's what they do.
That was a trick question.
Yeah. They make you feel bad.
Yep. Okay.
There's a real like frustrated parent feeling of like just stop crying that you get to
but just so I just, and you're saying that like after being ignored for a while out of desperation, they will just walk up to you and force a prompt as if you were fighting in the wild in Pokemon.
Yeah, a little bit.
Like you'll cross their line of sight
up,
and they'll just hit and they'll hit the 8 button on you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you turn your back to them.
Okay.
And then they can't do it.
Okay. Yeah.
If you turn your back.
That's so fucked. That's so fucked, dude.
Hey man, you gotta get that perfect village. With all the villagers you want in it. And none of the villagers you don't want.
Pretend
it's one of
they
those
don't exist.
It's one of those things where like the design of the game is like so aggressively trying to fight the way that people play games. Because people will look at a list, they'll go list of Animal Crossing villagers, and they'll be like, I want I want a only dog village, or that's all. Oh, no, I want
well, that's what I was gonna say.
Only the smarmy type.
Surely there must be quick guides out there on YouTube with, hey guys, here's a quick guide on how to get people out of your village. Nintendo didn't really make it easy to kick people out. So if you see someone you don't really want in your village, here's what you got to do. Be a piece of shit to them. Generally, you can box them out, make them feel like garbage, walk away from them when they want to talk to you, complain about them every day, make them feel really bad for being there. And, give it a couple days. Make sure you never accidentally give them the time of day. And by the end of it, eventually they'll tell you they hate you and leave forever. And then you have a new slot. So don't forget to smash that like button, comment, subscribe. Let me know. This is another hot tip from...
Hey, Wooly.
Yeah.
Check out the title of the YouTube video I just sent you.
And then there's the dank outro music.
I literally just sent you the
420.
The fucking the video you just
getting
described.
rid of your neighbors, how to get villagers to move out, 100%.
And then the description is a fucking wolf going, I want to leave this island.
Perfect.
Get him to leave. Get out of here. You are unwanted. Get out. But yeah, like,
and as the villager leaves, just edit in the fucking deal with it sunglasses, and then put a big, spliff in the mouth and fucking smoke weed every day.
Yeah.
Yep.
Get off of my Omni garden.
Can you make
that whole side of the island is for my garden? God damn it!
What happens if you make everyone leave? What happens if you treat everybody equally like shit?
You can't. You can't go down in terms of villagers. You're climbing up to 10, and then you hit 10,
minimum
and you're
2.
replacing. Yeah.
Counting Isabel.
No, Isabel does not count.
Okay, so store owners don't count.
Her and Nook appear to live in the residential office.
What about like the porcupines?
They come to visit. They're travelers.
Okay.
And I think Mabel lives above her shop.
So all those characters that are consistently Animal Crossing characters are not...
They're all shops and office people.
They're not actually villagers, right? Okay.
No. You always got Tom. You always got the kids. You always got Mabel, Label, and Sable.
Because if you're an awful mayor that ignores everyone and does a bad job all the time, it's like, obviously there's not going to be a punishment, but at what...
yeah, you can get into a situation if you leave your village completely unattended for long enough. Your society will be grown over with weeds, and people will leave.
Oh,
but it's the Tamagotchi system,
as opposed to your society being overrun and
it will fucking deplenish.
But
right?
does the concept of society itself fall apart?
No, it's a stable society.
Do we revert to the rule of beasts?
No, it's people will leave because they're lonely, and the town will get overgrown with weeds, and you'll come back and they'll be like, wow, you haven't been here in a while. Whoa.
Animal Crossing becomes Beast Cross. We are all roving packs. Yeah.
Okay. That's in my Discord, we got a fucking goofy name. It's called the Beast Intersection.
Yeah.
Because that's what it is. Yeah. So I'm gonna work on some infrastructure. Gonna get some bridges up. Gotta get some new people in. Gotta get. I don't know about Ed. He seems okay, but he's a little weird, a little smug. I talked to you about the stock market.
You did.
Okay. Yeah, it's Sow Jones stock market for turnips.
Sow? Is it a pig?
That's right.
So that pig's head can
SOW space JOAN, Sow Joan.
Right.
The sow named Joan. And her stock market, STALK.
So if you had to go Lord of the Flies, then you could put a pig's head. You got a pig for the stick.
That'd be real wild, actually. That'd be not good.
Wild country.
Good. No, it's a good game. It's fun to play. I enjoyed it. Very good.
Okay.
Very relaxing. Very calming.
Yeah, that's the
Like,
that's the deal. That's the deal.
now I get it. I'm glad that I get it.
Did you attempt
Makes
the
me very
others?
happy. The other? Oh no, I have not.
This
This
is your
my
first, this is
first
your
Animal
first one.
Crossing.
But you never tried
And
the others.
nah. And according to my friends, this is probably the best point to start because all the other ones were just remaking Animal Crossing 1 over and over.
Yeah.
Whereas this is the first one that's like
Monster Hunter World.
go do it. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Not as expansive, but like the same kind of thing.
No, I've seen many tweets implying that this is the nice jump in point for people, and I get that. I've like I said, I have tried in the past. I've tried at least 2, and I feel like I've bounced off of both of them. So, but cool. Okay.
You just gotta feel whether or not your villagers need to go.
Yeah, I could probably get in if I like kind of forced it. If I kind of forced myself to stay with it, But I definitely would feel like I'd want to play other stuff.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of a wild turnaround for me saying, what was it like? Here's that game for people who love to shove their heads up their own asses.
Oh,
when Animal Crossing came on the Direct.
Sure.
And I was giggling.
You did talk a lot of shit during those.
I did. I sure did. I guess my head is now up my own ass now. Oh, boy. Yeah, it's fun. I like it.
Hard cut to you screaming, I'm anything if not consistent.
I'm anything if not consistent. The most consistent thing is that when I am inconsistent, I go, wow, I was really inconsistent. What a dumb idiot. That's the most consistent. Also, I saw Promare.
Yeah.
That's a 26 episode series crammed into a fucking hour and a half.
Yeah. They literally tell you that, actually. There's a part in the movie where they go, yeah, we don't have time. Shut up.
There's a real overwhelming feeling of a character going, huh? And someone going, shut up. There's no time.
Yes, Promare was really good. How about those fucking colors?
Yeah. I do like really bright pastels and neons. I think that looks good.
And now you understand.
Only thing I came away with. Sorry, after you.
The only thing you came away with was?
The only thing I came away with is like, I wish this was a show instead of a movie.
Yeah. It would have been nice to see the fully fleshed out thing for sure. But at the same time, we got all the trigger nods in there. We got the things that seemed like, hey, that's a character I kind of recognize, and then we had the stuff where it's like, that's not at all going to be like the character.
That's very different.
And yeah, no, there's design similarities, right? Mm-hmm. There's characters that look very similar to Gurren Lagann characters and characters from other stuff Trigger's worked on, but then turn out to be completely not that. And now you understand all the Gallo Cross Leo.
Yeah, it's been a while since I saw what I would term such an aggressive power bottom in something. Mm-hmm. I think that is the first character that I can think of on the power bottom scale that is more powerful than the oven in that one Arby's ad.
More powerful
than the Arby's oven.
Ultra bottom.
Yeah, that's right.
Can't be stopped, can't be topped.
Well, they can be topped.
Not by the weak. Not by the weak. Only the strong.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Quiznos, whatever. It's a Quiznos oven. Go to hell, everyone.
Sure. Is that it?
I think that's pretty much it for me.
Okay.
Let's see. Yep, gonna be streaming some crap this week. Some of that crap's gonna be Resident Evil 3. The rest of that crap, I don't know. That'll be over at twitch.tv/PatStaresAt.
Okay. Yeah, let's take a quick look from our sponsors right here.
Let's do that.
This week, Castle Super Beast is sponsored by ExpressVPN. Okay.
Hey, ExpressVPN.
So we all know how ExpressVPN protects your privacy and security online. Something you
I
might
do know that.
Yeah, something you might not know is that you can also use ExpressVPN to unlock movies and shows that are only available in other countries.
What is that called? Geo unlocking.
So, now that many of us are stuck at home, it's only a matter of time before you run out of stuff to watch on Netflix. You can basically use ExpressVPN to jump on and check out stuff like you want to watch Doctor Who on UK Netflix. You can do that. You can definitely check out things like I remember when Terrace House was not available anywhere except for Japan, but they had it on Japanese Netflix with this English subtitles fully available. So it's simple to do. You fire
Why
up.
the fuck not?
Why not? It's simple to do. You fire up the ExpressVPN app, change your location to UK, for example, refresh Netflix, and that's it. It hides your IP. Go ahead.
It is a really, really simple app. I'm looking at it right now.
There you go.
I've been using it for the past week, actually. Completely unrelated to this ad read. I actually just started using it last week.
That's pretty on point.
I have it on Toronto for general use. I got a New York one for in case I need to talk to you American folks. And I have the Australia one for when you need to unlock your games on PSN a couple hours early.
Look at that. Isn't that's great?
I set those up and I literally just hit a button that's connected or not connected. And that's it. Trivially easy.
It hides your IP address, lets you control where you want sites to think you're located. And you choose from over 100 different countries. And you can go through all those Netflix libraries, for example. So you can check out Japanese Netflix as well for like different anime options too. And same thing for Hulu, BBC iPlayer, YouTube, you name it, and all the other functions that Pat just mentioned. So there's hundreds of VPNs out there, but ExpressVPN is ridiculously fast, never much buffering or lag, and you can stream in HD no problem. It's also compatible with all your devices, phones, media consoles, smart TVs, and more. So you can watch what you want on a personal device or on the big screen wherever you are. Look at that. How useful.
It's extremely useful. Yeah. And it has been extremely, in the week that I've been using it, it's been extremely reliable as well.
Sick. So if you visit the special link right now at expressvpn.com/superbeast, you can get an extra 3 months of ExpressVPN for free. Support the show, watch what you want, protect yourself with ExpressVPN at expressvpn.com/superbeast. Thank you, ExpressVPN.
Thanks, ExpressVPN.
And this week, the podcast is also sponsored by Upstart. So
Upstart? I'm not familiar with Upstart. Tell me about Upstart.
It is a lending platform, and there are many predatory, skeezy lending places out there that
I would say that's accurate.
That get into credits and loans. And from what I was able to tell with research, this is not one of those. This is a place that you can check out. So upstart.com is a lending platform that knows you're more than just your credit score. Since
it's true, I'm a person.
You are a person. They offer smarter interest rates to help you pay off high interest rate credit card debt, things like that. It goes beyond your traditional credit score when assessing your credit worthiness. They reward you based on your education and job history in the form of a smarter rate. They believe you're more than just your credit score. It's fast, simple, and easy to check your rate. Since it's just a soft pull, it won't affect your score. The hard pull happens.
Oh, that's always been the craziest thing to me about credit scores.
If you go look at it, it gets affected by the stare.
It's like, come on, give me a break.
Schrodinger's credit score. Exactly, right. So it's not that. It's a soft look. It doesn't affect that. And the best part is once the loan is approved and accepted, most people get their funds the very next day. So over 400,000 people have used Upstart to pay off credit cards and meet their financial goals. Free yourself from the burden of high interest credit card debt and consolidating everything into one monthly payment with Upstart. So you can see why Upstart's top ranked in their category with 4.9 out of 5 stars on Trustpilot. And hurry to upstart.com/superbeast to find out how low your Upstart rate is. Checking your rate only takes a few minutes. That's upstart.com/superbeast. Again, from what I can tell, absolutely not like the bad ones out there. So, thank you very much to Upstart.
Thanks, Upstart.
And okay, I think I'm going to use the bathroom.
Oh, okay.
For a couple minutes, and I will be
Feel free.
right back.
All right. Well, gang, the irony here is that, we haven't had any guests on the Castle Super Beast podcast, but I can tell you right now that technically, right now, we are having our first guest, and it's a cat.
Okay, so don't hit the button.
It's a you should have gotten up and been pissed already. I was doing a bit. Now my bit is spent.
Okay, I'm gonna hit the button.
Yeah, I hit the button.
Okay.
Ah.
All right, there we are.
Hey, welcome back, everyone.
Hello.
Wooly, how you doing? You empty?
My bladder is, yeah.
Yeah. Being empty is great.
It's kind of impossible to ever be completely empty, but
It depends how you see yourself.
about as empty as you can get, you know? But I mean...
Yeah, let's get empty on this podcast.
But it's really... It takes a lot of work to get, like, super empty.
Yeah, you gotta poop a lot.
Well, that's one. That only takes care of your intestines.
Your GI tract, yeah.
That doesn't deal with all the other places that can be full.
I suppose you're right.
There we go. Okay.
So what you been up to, man?
Well, I had a bit of a week, as we talked about. I watched my Sagat documentary on Netflix.
You fucking wish. Did you have a moment where like maybe he's gonna take his shirt off and there'll be a big scar?
No, but I definitely had the thought that someone is going to open up Photoshop and get busy.
Yeah.
Definitely thought that. Who would have thought that Sagat would be the least asshole-ish, egotistical tiger owner
Tiger King
of all. Really.
that you would know of. Yeah.
How about that?
It's actually positively humble by comparison.
So, yeah, I had a bit of a week. Checked out a couple different things. So Tiger King was one of them. The other thing I did was I jumped onto that Nintendo eShop and I grabbed Jedi Outcast. Did you?
That was a good choice. I did not.
Jedi Outcast is fucking back, dude. Oh,
It never left. That game's incredible.
No, I know, but like for me, I haven't, touched it since. And playing it now, man. Oh.
It's so nice. That's on. I think it's on all the major platforms like Switch, Xbox, PS4.
Yeah, I wanted to. So I grabbed it on Switch. Just because whatever, it was there while I was looking for something else, which I'll get to in a second. I fucking dude, the sound effects. The little things I missed, man. Like I forgot about about how like you can hear someone around the corner based on their lightsaber. Or they can turn it off, and you might, so that it's a little, you can be a little bit more stealthy about it. I just went in. I didn't play any single player. I just went right to the multiplayer and just started fucking around. It
didn't even fucking go through my mind that like Jedi Academy multiplayer is back.
Yeah, no, the multiplayer is all there, man. Fuck single player. I didn't even bother. I jumped right online. You got duels, you got power duels, you got free for all, you got all the modes, everything. It's all there. And it was great. Like, obviously, you've got no, mod. You got no fucking real saber mod, So that sucks. But yeah, you can jump in there and play. So I went in, and there's definitely like, you can feel the remnants of like, okay, you used to play this with a mouse, right? You used to click that mouse button down and you would start swinging, and then you would move around to like change the swing arcs and like footsie your way in and out, but in this case, you're obviously doing it with twin sticks. So a lot of your instinct is to kind of like treat it as if it were like a normal like console third person platformer in these moments. But you gotta be like, no, Ray, remember how this used to be, right? And when you were playing it, it was definitely made to work with like holding the mouse button down and then using your WASD to affect your swings.
You're doing like a hard swing with your mouse to change the angle.
So what you got to do now? No, you're clicking. It's your walking that changes how you're swinging, right?
Yeah, but you could also turn the camera to swing extra fast.
So the animation.
Because if you swung and the swing started from the left side and you turn the camera to the right, the absolute position of the lightsaber would actually shoot super fast to the right.
Jedi Academy, excuse me, not Jedi Outcast. Jedi Academy. Okay, wait, hold on. Here we go. I got to do this the slow way. Dark Forces 2, God. Jedi Knight, Jedi Academy,
Jedi Knight 2,
Jedi Knight 2, Jedi Outcast. Correct? That's the whole thing?
Dark Forces 2, Jedi Knight 2, Jedi Outcast, Jedi Knight Outcast 2, Jedi Academy. It's always the last one with a 2 and then the new one.
Correct. Okay.
So the new one would be called Jedi Academy 2.
Dark Forces 2, Jedi Knight 2, Jedi Outcast.
Yes, 2 Academy.
Academy was no, because Academy and Outcast are like Asylum and City. Those are the interchangeable words. But they're not. But they didn't get subtitled. The subtitling happens after Jedi Knight.
Okay, so Jedi Academy is Star Wars Jedi Academy Jedi Knight. Sorry, Star Wars Jedi Knight Jedi Academy. so it's actually Jedi Knight 3.
Jedi Knight 3.
No 3.
But there's no 3. Dark Forces 2. Jedi Knight 3.
This is the worst ever.
Jedi Outcast.
This fucking serious.
I think you can give me a little bit of slack on saying the wrong one.
It's the actual worst.
Who's on first? Who's on first? Who?
It's like, you know how Legacy of Kain it became Soul Reaver and then it went back to Legacy of Kain? That was between two names.
Yeah, it was.
This just kicks the can down the road every time.
Yeah. I think you can cut me a little slack for making a mistake there. I'm sorry, I said the wrong one.
Like the Star Wars naming convention for games has always been like incredibly terrible. Like Republic Commando is a good example. It's hard to tell what that's even part of, and the answer is because it's not part of anything.
But it's my favorite because it represents the thing that it represents an era where brand recognition is the most important part of a game.
It's the most important part.
So the moment people start saying the subtitle of your game more than the original title, you have to replace the entire game title with that, you know? Like at Force, everyone was like, yo, did you play Dark Forces? And I was like, yeah. And then afterwards, it's just like, did you play Jedi Knight? And it was like, yeah. No one said Dark Forces 2. So then they're like, uh-oh, everyone is saying Jedi Knight more than Dark Forces, you know? And then they just kept doing that. And it's like, bitch, just fucking stick to your name. Have some confidence.
And then you get some weird shit. Like I just looked it up on a whim. Animal Crossing is another good example. You know how there's Animal Crossing and then the subtitle?
Yeah.
So City Folk or New Horizon?
Yeah.
That's not even the title of the game.
No, it's not.
The title of the game is Welcome to Animal Crossing.
Well, isn't the Japanese name something else entirely?
It's Animal Force.
Or whatever the fuck. It's something else.
It is Animal Force.
So,
Forest. That makes way more sense. I thought it was Animal Force, but I guess the YouTube video I was watching, he kind of blurred it a little bit. And I was like, why is it Animal Force? It's so silly.
Forest.
It's Animal Forest.
Yeah. But no, that's exactly it, man. It's I want to say what? What was the other really dumb one? Modern Warfare?
Oh man, that's really confusing.
Why? Like, it's so annoying because it's like you literally like, oh yeah, everyone started saying Modern Warfare more than Call of Duty, so now let's just call this Modern Warfare. They might
you don't
get
even know how confusing it got.
They might even confuse the player into thinking they're playing what they want to play.
So because
what if they don't buy the thing? It was call it the other thing.
Oh my god, I gotta get a list of this because this is. Because the Call of Duty naming shit is completely out of control, right? So here's the list. You have Call of Duty 1, which had 2 expansions.
2 and
Call
3.
of Duty 2, which had 2 expansions. You have Call of Duty 3.
I tested it.
Okay.
World at War.
You have Call of Duty Roads of Victory. I don't know what that is. What is that? That's a PSP game. And you started with The Trouble. The Trouble was Call of Duty 4
Modern
Warfare. So then you get Call of Duty, no title, World at War, no number. Like, okay. And you would always be able to tell because at the bottom they show their engine number and you would literally see it would say COD 5 or COD 6.
Sure.
So then you have Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, which is actually Call of Duty 6.
But it's really Modern Warfare 2.
But then you have Call of Duty Black Ops, which is 7. Then Modern Warfare 3, which is 8. Then Black Ops 2, which is 9. Then Online Ghosts. Then you get Advanced Warfare. Then Black Ops 3.
Yeah.
Then Infinite Warfare.
Yep.
World War 2.
So this is
Black Ops 4, and then 2019's is called Modern Warfare.
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah. So obviously this is what happens when you combine the first problem with the second problem, that is 2 studios competing with each other, so that their subtitle name was more important to the studio than the actual main IP. You know, we're not going to share a number. We're going to share the label, I suppose, but that's about it.
So,
and yeah. Game 1, Game 2, Game 3, Game 2016.
I'm looking at the list right now, which is the main series. Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare is the 4th game. but Call of Duty Modern Warfare is the 16th game, and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 is the 6th game. So if they were to make a sequel to the 16th game, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, Modern Warfare, that would be called Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, which would be identical names between the 17th and 6th game. Like, it's so bad.
Halloween.
It's so bad.
Halloween 2. What's Halloween 2? It's the sequel to Halloween. Which Halloween? The third one? No. Halloween. Got it. You see, I think this is what happens when you are so popular that of course, like I said, your brand name needs to be, the subtitle becomes more popular than the brand name in some cases, because Modern Warfare is all people would say casually for a long time.
And Black Ops became that way. Second
thing is that you're hitting a level of casual, widespread fan base that is going to just take, I don't know, let's say a giant chunk of the amount of people that play this game would just walk into a store and say, hey, can you give me the new Call of Duty? Whatever it's called.
You've brought up the point in the past where the vast majority of studios are embarrassed or seem to be embarrassed
by the number going too high.
By the number. So if you numbered every Call of Duty game that came out, Warzone, the Battle Royale that just came out, would have technically been Call of Duty 43.
43.
Now, I think that's fucking awesome. And you have mentioned that like Final Fantasy as a series is one of the only ones that like rolls around in its like lineage, and Dragon Quest as well.
But even Final Fantasy is a lie, right? 15 is not 15 if you really want to go down that list.
You're forgetting about X2 and you're forgetting about 13.2 and 13.3
but it is the closest to like being honest about the number. Dynasty Warriors is just lies. Muso is full of shit. Like, it's all lies. Like, I don't know, are there any franchises that are completely honest about their numbers?
There's one, and it's a franchise that started off in a form of honesty and then became more honest, and that's King of Fighters.
King of Fighters.
Because King of Fighters based on the year, like a sports game.
Yeah.
And then at a certain time, they said, fuck it. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
But I have two wrenches I can throw into the works on that, though. The first wrench I can throw in is the region locked naming that came from Maximum Impact 2 being renamed to King of Fighters 2014.
Yeah, that's true.
Because that's horseshit. Because no, not 2014, 2004, I think it was.
Oh my God.
Where it was 2006, right? Where it was just like, you didn't call it Maximum Impact. You just pretended it was the real number and hoped everyone would be confused by that, because Maximum Impact sold well enough that they're like, oh, Americans think this is King of Fighters, so let's just do this now. And
no one thinks that.
Right? Stupid. But there we are. And then the second one was what was it? If you want to go into those portables, you got Howling Blood EX on the Game Boy Advance. And if you want to count those in there too, there's technically been more than 14 King of Fighters games. But I don't know any games that like straight up count for real. I mean, the whole way through.
Despite being dishonest in almost every other way, are like pretty honest about the year for most cases. Right? This is the one that came out in 2005.
Yeah. NeoWave never got a year. What about NeoWave? We're gonna pretend that didn't count?
Yeah, I'm gonna pretend that didn't count.
Well, it did. It was there.
It did not. Go to hell, NeoWave.
Also, there's multiple versions of certain games. 98 Ultimate Match, 98 94 Final Bout, 99 Evolution. What are we doing?
I think it's a measure of pride to have a lot of numbers at the end of your game.
Yeah, I want to see one franchise that just does it and never ever ever switches it up or pretends it's not that.
Because like Resident Evil's a good example in that like does it have a number? If it has a number,
More
more
important.
resources went to it. It's more important,
Yeah.
and they spent more time and money on it.
That's what it mostly means in games, but there's still a whole franchise of Revelations games that are unnumbered, you know.
Yeah.
So Dragon
And then
Quest.
then you get the really bizarre one in which games that reuse a subtitle and add a number are telling you that spin-off series was good enough to deserve a number status. But its own number status. Not main level number.
Mega Man is pretty close to honest, but Mega Man still does have handheld only things that don't share the numbers. Handheld versions of games that don't share the numbers as the main entries. But it's pretty close to honest, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then after 0, 1, 2, 3, you go to ZX and ZX Advent.
And then you start getting all the weird names. Where does Mega Man Soccer fit in?
Yeah. 4.5.
Yeah. I know a lot of people are going to say stuff like
Shin Megami
fucking
Tensei.
Persona or whatever.
Shin
It's like,
Megami Tensei,
no,
yeah.
we're talking about stuff that's got like more than 9 games. Because the temptation is to say X and dodge it, right? But nah, man. Like you know what? I just realized Final Fantasy is not just a lie because it's a lie, and there's dozens of Final Fantasy games that don't count technically, but FF7 is Final Fantasy 16.
I'd say that Mario is the most skilled at dodging numbers entirely.
Oh, new title every time.
Literally putting the word "new" into the naming convention, which is wild.
I mean, we were making fun of like Jedi Outcast, but every time we talk about bad names, Nintendo really fucking rocked the world by coming up with the actual worst name for anything ever, which was the new Nintendo 3DS.
Or the new Nintendo 2DS is a thing as well. The new Nintendo 2DS XL is an object you can purchase.
Like,
yeah.
Come on.
But here's the other problem. Are we really going to pretend that the games are going to figure it out when the fucking consoles themselves are struggling?
Oh, no.
Microsoft?
Oh, my God.
Yeah. So,
it's fucking laughable because you have Microsoft going for like, it's the sex box. And they're like, we didn't call it that. Like, yeah, you did. You got Nintendo making, like, going for some highbrow fucking international shit, and they either shit their pants or kind of kill it, like with the Switch. And then you have Sony, in which they build it up for like 2 years, and then it leaks out every time, and it's like the new console will be called the PlayStation number.
Here's the other question.
PlayStation number.
Are there any game franchises currently in their 20th or above iteration that actually have the number that high?
Not that I can think of.
Something that's been around since the year 2000 or before that has actually counted up over 20. Because PlayStation, Final Fantasy will get there, even though they're already there if you count their spin-offs. But is there anything that is right in there that has gone above 20? And not for the year. Not the year.
People are saying Madden.
No, not the year. The actual...
Madden hit 25, and they changed the name to Madden 25.
Oh, did they?
They did.
Okay.
So John Madden.
Okay. But they switched it once. Or are they going to stick with it? Are they going to count 26, 27, 28 from now on? You know, that's the question.
Guess so.
I want to know, and there's definitely none that have. There's none that are. If it's a 25th anniversary, so they did it, then that's a one-time thing probably. But I definitely don't imagine there's anything that has been numeric the entire time that is now over 20.
It's a fucking. I'm sorry. I'm getting super distracted Can you guys quit this Kerbal Space Program shit, please?
What's happening?
Our chat's become Kerbal Space Program memes because I said John Madden.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Okay.
Are you not familiar with this?
I know the game, but I don't know what the meme is.
Or no, it's Moon Simulator or whatever the fuck. It's some space shit. And the people are obsessed with having a text-to-speech robot just say the words John Madden over and over.
Oh, okay.
Moonbase Alpha, that's what it is.
Okay.
It's funny to make a robot say the things you want.
It is. And then you can use that robot to make the robot sound like people.
That's true. You hear that JFK telling people to gamers rise up and all that shit?
See that. I did see that. Did you see Biggie Smalls going shopping?
For a Super Nintendo.
Yeah. He beats Mario 2. It was all a dream. I laughed and I was so mad at myself that I didn't see it coming. Like, I'm so upset. I'm so upset that I did. Like, of course, I'm like, where is this going? Right? Like, it was funny. Yeah. And then he's doing the whole thing. And I'm like, yeah, but what's the... And he's being like, why Mario 2? Like, fuck me. I'm so mad I didn't see it coming. Yeah. He used to read Word Up magazine. He did. Clearly, though, he must have been playing... not Mario 2, but Mario All-Stars, since that's where Mario 2 would have been available on the Super Nintendo, Sega
that's
Genesis.
Correct. I got a possible winner to your question, Wooly.
Talk to me.
And that's Romance of the Three Kingdoms.
Oh, they've never swerved? They've never faltered?
They're up to 14 right now.
And they've been honest the whole way through.
There are other spin-off games that are mobile games, but the core franchise is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Okay. Yeah, I guess it's, it's you can let the mobile slide, I suppose. It's a different format. It's a different platform.
The vast majority of them are like have the word mobile or touch in the title.
Yeah. Don't bring that Toho shit in here with your
Toho shit back out to
your 0.5s and your impending
We're
impenetrable
under quarantine right now,
night.
and the last thing I need to do is scrub my walls for Toho.
Antimony of Forgotten Flowers and fucking whatever.
Just nonsense titles.
Grab your thesaurus and just spin through it and land your finger on a word. Okay. Well, anyway, the point, and I believe there was one, was that I played Jedi Academy, and it's back, and you can go play it, and you can jump online, and you can do it, and even though you don't have the lightsaber reel mod, you can still play the game, and I still had fun jumping back to it and going to the old maps, and you do a quick create a character. I created my my Darth Talon lookalike. You can create a nice, cool red Twi'lek with the BDSM straps going on the leather on the fucking.
Yeah, it's a good look for Twi'leks.
And then you got the twin sabers, and then you can fucking do it up. And then you can also quick spec your force powers, right? So you quick spec if you want to put into speed, you want to dump into choke. You can choke someone and drop them off the pits. That still works. You can grab the grenade launcher and just interrupt a bunch of skirmishes going on. And I assume that nobody playing will remember the old code of finding someone, challenging them to a duel, and then the outside world no longer being able to hit you. But it would be cool to see some of that, although you can just go into duel mode if that's all you want to do, to be perfectly honest. But I like the idea of playing a free-for-all battle and then having two players go, we are dueling in this free-for-all.
No, I got this one.
That was always really fun. It's super good that you can like just do dueling if you want, like For Honor, you know. But I definitely love playing one mode and creating a duel within that mode is super sick, super duper sick. Crossplay, really? I didn't know it had crossplay.
Yeah, apparently the PC players are just dominating the Switch players.
Ah, interesting. Okay. Cool. So yeah, for those of you who hadn't, I kind of just jumped onto this because it's something I know. But for those of you who weren't around or missed out on the early Star Wars games, yeah, man, Jedi Academy is super worth it checking out. Of course, it's dated. Of course, you know it's an aged ass game, but like,
it's old as shit.
But there's some fun stuff to just the movement in that and jumping off of walls, super jumping, using the Force to super jump over large gaps, and you know. Just getting used to your abilities and stuff. It's a cool experience if you've never done it. The lightsaber fighting is not particularly delicate when you're just kind of spinning around each other like idiots, but it was what we did back then. Back then it was like the coolest you could get. Anyway, so that dropped. The other thing I did was I took a look at this pretty old game. So I played Screen Sheet again earlier and we had a good time with that. That's that first person shooter where you don't have a body. We played it a while ago. We played it years ago. It was like I think it was like 2014 or so, where it's just like the only way to know where the opponent is to peek at their screen on a local multiplayer split.
Yeah.
And then keeping in theme with that, played a game called Hidden in Plain Sight, which was really fun. Hidden in Plain Sight is it looks like it has Ultima Online sprites or like Baldur's Gate sprites kind of thing, like old ass isometric basic bitch sprites, super old looking game. It's got like flash font features going on, like it looks like it was made in an hour, right? The game is not going for production value, but the design of it is. Have you ever played any games where you have to like play Where's Waldo with like a crowd, and then there's like a real player?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I'm talking about? Nintendo,
I do.
Wario, Game & Wario had a mini game like that where you have to basically spot the human player amongst a crowd of AIs.
I mean, this sounds like a kind of a similar vein as Prop Hunt.
I don't know Prop Hunt.
Prop Hunt is a Gmod game where you turn into one object in like a warehouse, and it's like a cup or a toilet or like a fucking piece of aluminum siding, and the guys are trying to run around and kill you before time runs out. Okay.
Well, so we played a game like that. That was a part of WarioWare. Excuse me, not Game & Wario.
Mm-hmm.
So this is. Imagine if you took that WarioWare game and turned it into an entire. I played it with Rooster Teeth. No, I didn't. We played Deception.
We played Deceit.
We didn't play Prop Hunt.
Nope.
Okay, so whatever. Anyway, there's a crowd of little like NPCs walking around, and then you. Okay, apparently I played Prop Hunt.
Yeah, you played it.
When did I play it?
I don't know. You did. That's what people say. That means that you did.
It means I did it.
Gaslighting isn't real. Just
totally not
just
real.
Go with it.
Totally not real. Let's see. Prop Hunt. We played Mega Man. We played
See.
We played Mega Man. We played that Deceit game. We played Soul Calibur.
Soul Calibur, yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
You have Uno, Wooly.
I have Uno.
You have Uno. It came with your fucking Xbox.
Yeah, that I know. Uno was installed. Uno was pre-installed on the Xbox. So is Prop Hunt like that? Is Prop Hunt a game?
No. Well, no. Oh God. Oh, just just abort this meme. Just abort it. Just we were memeing. It was a meme interaction.
Oh.
And then just it went. The meme went over your head, and now we're.
But Uno aside, prop hunt was prop hunt was a meme.
No.
Because
Uno's the meme.
I know Uno's the meme, but Achievement Hunter and playing prop hunt with them confused me because I'm pretty sure we played Deceit, Soul Calibur, and Mega Man.
Oh yeah, so,
Does Uno have a connection to prop hunt?
Jesus Christ.
What does Uno have to do with prop hunt?
Oh man, this is what admin feels like.
Yeah,
when you talk to him.
Fair enough. I'm having a moment. Help me out.
There's a meme.
Yeah.
Of two guys arguing on the Xbox Live,
saying you have Uno.
Yes.
Yeah, I know that one. Right. I'm asking about prop hunt.
Yeah. Oh my god. No. When I was. Because you were talking about whether or not you played prop hunt, and then I said you have Uno, implying that you were saying you didn't play prop hunt, but people in the chat are saying that you did play prop hunt. It is similar to the situation,
like the Uno thing. Yeah.
See.
Yeah, I got the reference to Uno. I got the reference to the joke, but I'm still going back to whether or not I played prop hunt.
I don't believe you because you asked me like, what does Uno have to do with prop hunt?
Because if there was if there was a prop hunt to Uno meme, then I would have not known about that. But I do know the you have Uno meme. I do know
that is bullshit. I don't believe you.
I know that meme from the 360 where everyone has Uno free. It's a free
you're looking it up now.
No, I'm not looking it up. My phone is off. I'm standing here looking at you. I'm telling you, I know that meme.
No, you have a monitor. You're looking at it.
There is nothing on my monitor except you on the full screen.
Looking at Uno.
My hands are here. Right, when did I type anything about Uno? I know exactly. You can see my hands.
At Uno, I can tell.
Okay, this is insane. Yes, it is. All right, listen. Let's take it back. Let's slow it down.
I feel like I've completely lost my mind.
You were correct to make the joke you have Uno. That was a logical joke to make in this moment, and I follow that. I am now taking that part of it and putting it over here on this side, and I'm going back to the original assertion that I played prop hunt, and I would like...
Yes, Wooly, there's a meme between Uno and prop hunt.
No, I'm not talking about Uno anymore. I'm just talking about prop hunt and whether or not I've played it, and I would like some proof or a link to a YouTube video of me playing it.
You played prop hunt. It came with your Xbox.
But did yeah, prop hunt for Gmod.
Yeah,
prop hunt for Gmod came with the Xbox.
Yeah,
got it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right.
That might be the most confusing interaction I've had with you in like 5 years.
I'm not, because I'm not following through on your jokes road. I'm stopping the joke road.
No, don't
to continue
do that.
To figure out why I'm being accused of playing prop hunt. I know, but the problem is the yes anding in addition, and therefore towards onward and so on and so forth. Yes.
I just spilled a bunch of coffee into my beard. Oh.
Yeah. Gmod is pre-installed on my Xbox. I own prop hunt. I have played it. There's footage out there. Clearly.
This level of confusion is so baffling. Let's just type in Wooly versus fucking prop hunt.
Wooly versus, not even. It must have been older than that. Just type in the words prop hunt Wooly.
Yeah, Wooly prop hunt. Are you there? Hiding as a carpet. Gmod prop hunt from Jelly. That's you.
I was in the Evo prop hunt finals. How did I forget?
That's right. Oh my god.
I must have played this game I've never heard before. I must have. It's prop hunt.
I think. Oh hell yeah! You know Gmod 2's coming, right?
I heard about Gmod 2 coming, and then I immediately went, "What? What's the sequel?"
It's the creator. The creator's stuck inside and he's bored. And he's
What's
like,
the sequel? You just
Gmod 2.
will it be compatible with Gmod 1?
Yeah, probably.
Because that'd be a lot of, you know.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god!
Somewhere
you're wearing it. Wait, hold on. Somebody's saying you're wearing a prop hunt shirt right now.
I'm wearing a DreamHack shirt, but this was in fact one from the prop hunt finals at DreamHack.
Oh, see, yeah, at DreamHack. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Nothing goes over my head. I would catch it.
All right. You want to play fuck? Fuck.
Let me.
Fuck. Nah, I'm just gonna give up.
You're gonna give up?
Yep.
I'm going a little bit deeper. I'm going best friends.
Oh yeah, no,
hunt.
there's no way. I never touched that game.
Hey, 2 quote unquote best friends prop hunt episode 169.
This is by Chilled Chaos.
Yeah, 2 best friends prop hunt May 20th, 2015. And then episode 202, 2 best friends prop hunt.
Yeah, that's. Nah, that's. Oh my god, there's just a. This video is difficult to parse. It's got an A posing, Dr.
Whoops.
Kleiner just floating around.
Damn. It turns out best friends did play prop hunt. 2 best friends though. Not super best friends. Damn.
Man, like when you type in prop hunt into YouTube, the fucking thumbnails become like a fucking parody of YouTube. Like they all have like an action thing or an animated thing and a big red arrow towards something.
Chilled Chaos, huh? Shit, my bad. I guess I did.
Fucking
Deceit is prop hunt. Prop hunt is deceit.
Deceit isn't prop hunt.
Deceit is totally prop hunt. Thing. We're prop hunting.
No, it's a different thing.
Is it? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you sure that deceit is not prop hunt?
I am very sure.
What is prop hunt?
You were looking at videos of prop hunt earlier.
I didn't click any videos. I'm looking at pictures. Oh my god. But what is Baba?
What is Baba is you?
Baba is prop hunt?
Yeah, Baba is prop hunt.
Prop hunt is you? Am I prop hunt?
You might be. You came with your Xbox.
Who is prop and why is he hunting?
This is.
I love it. I'm in. I'm on board. I want to play prop hunt right now. Fuck whatever I was talking about. We're in there.
Yeah, you should play prop hunt on Woollyverse.
Is it good?
No.
Oh.
None of the Gmod games are good. Okay, there. My Twitter's ruined. Damn. Gonna close this for the day.
Not even the one where Captain America is riding the invisible motorcycle?
That's okay. That's not a game.
But that's a Gmod.
I don't know.
What grounds do you stand on to say that that's not a game? Someone made it inside of a game.
Just because somebody made something, that doesn't mean make it a thing.
At some point, when he was taking the screenshots of the game to make that comic, it was a game.
What the fuck are you on today?
Prop hunt, like, apparently.
Today's Woolly's day of like, well, some people have done it. Yeah, well, some person said it's a thing. Someone could have made it.
Motherfucker, I don't know anything. I don't know what.
like what the fuck?
When I think of Gmod, I think of flying Captain America, and that's it. That's what I think of.
I think of somebody having a G-Man get into a trash can and have a bunch of explosive barrels go off.
Hey man, I missed a bunch of G-Man appearances. I only saw him once. I was playing Black Mesa.
Yeah.
I was playing Black Mesa this week, and
he's easy to miss, man.
Yeah,
he's really, really easy to miss.
So basically, I've been watching. There's a couple of moments of like the one I got was I walked up to a boardroom and he's talking to somebody, and then I stared at them and it was indecipherable, and then one of them walked up and then closes the blinds, and then it goes back to indecipherable discussions.
How far are you at in Black Mesa?
I just beat the tank.
Oh, you're in there. You're fucking in there.
That was not an easy fight.
No.
But
no, it's not.
I overcame. I overcame the challenge. I was kind of waiting to see if there was a bit of a thing to it, and there wasn't much of a thing to it. I was just able to run into a safe little hut and use the hut for cover and lame it out, and that's how I survived. But
how do you like the great saviors of the military?
Yeah.
Stop them with the science team.
God, these scientists aren't fighting back. It's so unsatisfying.
It's, dude,
like the most roided out angry soldiers ever.
I mentioned to you earlier that the expansion is called Opposing Force, and you play as the military.
Yeah,
that's a little more interesting in its concept now. Can you believe that game came out in '98? Not Black Mesa, I mean, but like the general the gist of it.
So remember back on Machinima, the other show was Freeman's Mind.
I do.
That seems to be overwhelmingly going hand in hand with everyone's feedback on this, which is
I've never seen Freeman's Mind.
Neither have I. But I remember when it was. I remember when it was on Machinima because it would go up same time as like Best Friends Play, and then it would be like Fighterpedia episodes as well. And I remember being like, man, this Freeman's Mind thing is blowing up. The popularity is crazy. And Sanity Not Included. That was the other one. Yeah, there were a bunch of shows we'd see that would pop up on that thing. But Freeman's Mind was always like a huge hit. I remember just raking the numbers. And didn't watch it, but I would watch it relative to like seeing how my stuff was performing.
Yeah, pretty much. And it was this situation where when I was streaming Black Mesa, it's like chat just explodes with like, okay, so the identity of this game to a lot of people is just intertwined with Freeman's Mind. Like this is where
I was going, right? So what was super interesting to me was throughout the comments and feedback of everyone watching this is a whole lot of people that are old, that like our era, that played it and like remember Half-Life 1 from fucking when it first came out on their old ass PCs. And then there is an entire group of people that did not play Half-Life, but watched it in the form of an LP through Freeman's Mind. And that's the experience of Half-Life that they had.
Because they're not quite as old.
And I'm like, what? Wait, you mean that replaced the whole game to you? And it's like, yeah. Because it was a full playthrough of the game with the funny commentary track and all the visuals taken off and a couple of moments edited for like for time where he'd climb up over ledges or something like that you couldn't do in the original game. But dear God, it blew me away that it's like there's a ton of people that didn't actually play Half-Life. Their experience with Half-Life is just watching Freeman's Mind, so the two are the same. Half-Life is Freeman's Mind to them. And it's not the original official release of the video game that was played. Very surprising to me. I had no idea it was that popular to the point that it created a separate fan base,
Yeah, it's a whole fucking...
Imagine...
It kind of blew me away because I'm like, Half-Life. Everyone loves Half-Life, and like more than the words Gordon Freeman in the chat were like Freeman's Mind constantly.
Exactly. And I was like, I know, like, but like, why so, to the point where like I even saw people going, hey, what you should do is watch the Wooly versus Black Mesa and then go watch the corresponding Freeman's Mind moments.
That's weird, man.
Side by side. And I was like, what about playing it? Why don't you just play the game?
It's a good game.
Just play it. So
Good
imagine,
game, play it.
imagine like, for example, I'd say like a gigantic red versus blue fandom that had no Halo
Master
touch.
Chief, who the fuck?
Whatsoever.
Sergeant Tex?
No Halo touch
Griff.
whatsoever, besides a red versus blue context, right?
That was the weirdest thing about going to meet the Rooster Teeth guys, and I look back on it with a slight embarrassment because the only thing that I had ever watched from Achievement Hunter or Rooster Teeth ever before we went down there was the first season of Red versus Blue.
Right.
And I'm meeting everybody there, and they're all really cool. They tased us with the cattle prod. That was pretty great. And I met Jeff, right? And Jeff's like a cool, like an older guy. Like, I don't know, he's late 30s, maybe early 40s. And like we're talking for a bit. And I'm like, oh, Griff. And he like looks at me like I'm a fucking asshole, like I'm an idiot. And I'm like, and he's like, oh yeah, that was a long time ago. And I go,
Yeah, no, I mean, sure.
nailed it.
Yep.
Nailed it.
Yeah. So turns out that Half-Life 1 is not just Half-Life 1, it's also Freeman's Mind.
It's also pretty much, it's just like Half-Life 1 is a lot. It's Freeman's Mind. It's Counter-Strike and everything to do with Counter-Strike.
It is.
It's Day of Defeat and everything that came with Day of Defeat. It's Team Fortress and it's Portal.
But that's why I was so surprised at the ubiquitousness of Freeman's Mind, because it's all of the things you just mentioned, which are massive in their own right. So I thought that like it would be larger than that, you know? And this was a popular thing that was a part of this overall thing that affected the industry, you know? Quite surprising. Then again, I imagine that, like, you know, in certain games cases, like, I don't know if this is 100% true or not, but it feels like a lot of people's Yakuza fandom is actually Yakuza LP fandom.
Yeah, so
not
the two that I would think
Yakuza
is Yakuza, which is a lot of it seems to be the LPs that happen on the old channel, and
Deadly Premonition.
The one that gets me is Deadly P. It's either the one we did or the Giant Bomb Endurance Run.
But it's not sitting and playing it and being like, yeah, I played this game, I'm
like
a fan
there's
of it.
Just way more love for Deadly Premonition via me or Matt or Jeff Gerstmann or Ryan Davis or Vinny or Brad than there is for
the game
sitting
itself.
Down and playing Deadly Premonition.
100%. It feels like it. So,
yeah.
You know, like the secondary becomes the primary.
Yeah.
And if you are someone who played Deadly Premonition, has never seen any of that shit, and was just like, oh yeah, I remember that game, you are now the secondary.
I remember Quint driving outside his car.
All you did was play it? What a casual. Casuals only playing the game.
Excuse me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's situations like that where like Binding of Isaac is like fucking stapled to Northern Lion's head.
Right.
Like that is as much his as it is the creators. So
that's Crowbar. That's Gordon Freeman, you know?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
catch the Half-Life Alyx stuff?
I saw someone on a computer drinking coffee, throwing the cup, and then Evil Act was on the computer.
Okay, so what you need to do, Wooly, is that most people are probably not
survive.
Most people are not going to play Half-Life Alyx because it's a VR only game. If you're not going to be playing Half-Life Alyx anytime soon, I would really, really highly suggest just straight up watching that game's ending on YouTube. Because there's some shit in it that people want to see.
I'll tell you what I want to do. I want to finish Black Mesa. And then I want to finish Half-Life 2.
Yeah.
And then I want to finish Half-Life 2 episodes.
And
then I want
to are really good.
And then I want to finish Half-Life Alex.
Yeah. Maybe by that time we'll all have like sunglass VRs.
So I'd rather
But
just,
if you're not
I'd rather just make my way there.
To those of you out there who don't have sunglasses VRs or whatever have you, it would be a very good thing. If you care about Half-Life, you go watch a Half-Life Alex ending and you would get something out of that.
So right around the time that I took on the tank, actually, by the end of that session, I ran into a bit of an issue because I've been, much to everyone's chagrin, I've been playing Half-Life on a controller.
That's weird.
Yep. And then I had one too many really awful moments, and then decided to switch to the hybrid. So I've been running the hybrid. So what I'm doing now is playing controller in one hand, mouse in the other. And that has improved my aim a lot. The problem, of course, is that the mouse on my right is good for if I do a quick look game or something like that for a little bit, I can play with that no problem. But playing that way for an extended period of time is absolutely going to lead to wrist problems. I can feel the tension.
Absolutely.
And I have way too many friends that have had way too many issues with their wrists, and the fighting game community is no stranger to people that have had to commit to hitboxes due to force. So in comes the entire chat and the entire everyone yelling about the cube, right?
The cube.
Now, that shit's ridiculous, but here's where I'm at. It seems the gamer cube is not one piece of a cube, but in fact, you pulled out right now a single quadrant of the cube.
It's two rectangular pillows that comes with a tray.
So you don't actually have to put the entire cube on all sides. You can just put the one cube on the one side and box yourself into the other side.
That's correct.
And then you actually have to sit further away from the edge of the couch. You can't put your armrest on the arm. You can't anymore.
You have a new armrest.
Okay. Well, right now Pat seems to be assembling the cube. So, here's the thing. I am not interested in my wrists getting bad anytime soon. I've been fortunate enough to avoid the problems of my many friends that have had wrist issues. So there's this, right? The other thing that's a part of this cube world, cube life, is that I'm also going to, because when it came to suggestions of change your setup entirely, move it over to the dinner table, it's I'm not going to play most of my games on a mouse because I also don't prefer to do the mouse and keyboard. I like a controller, right? But when it creates an issue like this one, then okay, let's see what we can do about it. So, you are cubed in.
Yep.
Problem solved.
Honestly, pretty much.
Cube's the only way.
At a desk.
It's like sitting at a desk.
Only problem. There's only one problem, and that's having a cat. You don't have that problem.
I don't have that problem.
But the problem with having a cat is that when your cat loves you, your cat wants to be close to you at all times.
Yes.
And the cat will sometimes sit on your left, and that's fine. But the cat will sometimes sit on your right and will take part of the rectangular cube for his own. And then in the process of being a sleepy little baby, he will stretch and just claw the shit out of this thing. Just really fuck it up.
So that becomes your new armrest, basically?
Pretty much. And once this one's too fucked up to use like this, I'll just switch to the other armrest. And that's that.
What about just using one of the armrests and not actually using the centerpiece?
That's what I do most of the time. That's what I do 99% of the time.
God fucking damn it.
Oh, you can get the Couchmaster Sidebot ergonomic lap desk.
Couchmaster Sidebot, you say?
Or the Couchmaster Psycon Titan Edition.
It's not a path that I want to walk.
I'm aware. Just gonna go ahead and open up Discord. There you go, Wooly. There's your Amazon link. You get it Wednesday, April 1st.
It's called a Couchmaster officially.
I told you this. You knew that.
I did know that.
You thought when I said Couchmaster that it was like my own little goofy name for it.
No, I thought the Gamer Cube was a part of the official naming conventions.
Yeah, no. That would be smart to do that. I don't know if you can tell, but at the top of the thing it says it's a nerdy tech invention.
Oh my god.
And has a giant rounded Couchmaster logo recessed into the plastic. So, Wooly, let me tell you something. I've been cubing it up for quite some time now.
You have you?
I have. And the reaction to this thing is universal. It has been the same reaction every single time.
What's that?
Be it Paige, be it my friend Dan, be it anyone on stream that happens to get a hold of them. Right? And what that is...
Are you busy for a second?
No. Oh no, what is happening?
I just need to ask you a quick question about something over here real quick.
Oh no.
Is what?
You look at it, you go, oh my god, you look like an asshole. And then you sit in it and you use the mouse and keyboard and you go, oh man, this is really good. Oh man, I really feel like an asshole.
This is the Couchmaster. It is a gamer cube made for gamers. You box yourself in on the couch and you use it. Okay?
Saves your wrists.
I'm gonna swipe.
You can point her at me. I'm in it
there
right
is a
now.
product demonstration photo of a cool gamer and his girl enjoying the Couchmaster gamer cube. Do you think? Can I expect this kind of reaction if I were to go and buy the gamer cube?
Oh man, I'm
Couchmaster,
gaming.
so that I don't hurt my wrists using the mouse when I sit on the couch.
I'm not even just looking at that.
You're already wet just looking at it. Wow. Okay.
Wow.
Damn. All right. Thank you.
I have zero opinions on it.
Wooly,
I don't believe you. Okay.
Wooly,
All right.
just get the stupid Couchmaster and you're going to use it and you're going to sit in it with shame but free wrists. Now, I know that you don't live the life of self-flagellation and embarrassment that I live. So it's a slightly different value proposition, right? But it's genuinely very comfortable and useful.
Where the fuck am I supposed to keep this thing?
I keep it next to my couch. Like I keep the tray on the coffee table in front of me, and I keep the other cushion just next to here, so I can cube and decube as I would. This is also really good for arcade sticks. Genuinely.
Nah, my arcade sticks need to be in my lap.
Oh well, okay. Well, if you're a lap guy, that's fine. But you can also use it as like not like having a stable platform for your stick. It also, you're gonna have to trust me on this.
Mm-hmm.
It feels safe in the cube.
It feels safe in the cube.
It feels safe in the cube.
Nothing can hurt you if you're in
When
the
you're
cube.
in the cube, nothing can hurt you.
Fuck
It's a
you
safe
and everything
space.
you stand for. How about that?
That's fine. I'm thinking of getting a backup cube for
He's
when Emma
thinking
finally destroys this.
of getting a backup cube.
Well, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do if my cube breaks? Willie, I have a promotional image for you from the cube here.
I know the one, and I just showed it to Pudge.
No, not that one. It shows your ergonomic posture with cube and without cube. With lap desk. Ooh, crunched forward. Ah, bad for back. With the couch master leaning back, relaxed, green dots on your spine.
Go fuck yourself. Estimated delivery date April 1st.
Wooly, you're going to be even more mad at me when you sit in this cube and you're going to be like, shit. I can't go back to not the cube.
Well, listen, man. Listen. I am not risking my wrists for anything. And
look at this. Look where my wrists are. They're
I am not
perfectly
risking my
perpendicular
wrists
to the fucking floor.
for anything. Playing these mouse games, you know, like
Oh, it's killer.
fucking yeah, you know, whatever.
What was I playing? What game was I playing when I debuted the cube? Because it was a game I had to play in mouse and keyboard.
Mm-hmm.
And it was fucking killing me. It sucked. I think it was Vampire the Masquerade.
I'm still not going to
use.
use the keyboard.
Yeah, you will.
No, I won't.
Yeah, you will.
I don't. We've been through this. We've walked through it.
Oh, yeah. Well, part of the reason that you haven't used the keyboard is because you didn't have a good surface for it.
I hated keyboards back when I was sitting at a desk.
Well, now you have a good surface for it, so it's a good place to learn.
I know you can learn it. I don't enjoy it.
Listen, you have a keyboard. It came with your computer.
It sure did. It's a laptop. Anyway, I will not be bullied. I will not be fucking bullied, okay?
No, but you will be woollied.
I will be
into
I will be
using a
woollied.
keyboard.
I will be woollied.
Yeah.
I will not
You'll
be
trick
bullied.
yourself. I'm telling you.
You can put me in the cube. You can't force me to use the fucking WASD. You can't.
Hey, can we all agree that Dvorak keyboard users are psychopaths?
That's pretty wild. That's pretty insane. It's pretty stupid. But yeah, I'm not risking my fucking wrists, and I'm clearly playing more games outside of my wheelhouse, some of which will require like non-traditional, a mouse, and so I have to figure this out. That's just where we're at. So we will find out, I suppose.
Dvorak's just more optimal. Go to hell. Fucking Dvorak assholes.
You know the other alternative suggestion that came in?
What's that?
The Steam controller.
Oh, man. I remember handing that to you and just scanning your face, and I got everything I was looking for.
Well,
to this day, I see people go, oh man, it's such a great controller, and it's like so customizable, and it's like, it feels like
you
the
threw
cheapest
it
pile
under
of
my
shit.
couch, and I'm pretty sure I threw it back at you, and I don't know where it ended up.
Don't care.
Do you know where it ended up?
Who cares? Fuck no.
Okay.
Fuck no.
Well, I never got to try it. So.
Oh, but you touched it, right?
I remember touching it, but I wanted to use it in action to see what would happen. So, by next week, I suppose, expect a full
Have you taken
review.
a look at the Tartarus Pro from Razer?
No, but expect a full look because one of those is in the mail as well. So we shall
Tartarus
see.
Pro? Or,
No, a Steam controller.
Oh God!
So
check out this motherfucking thing.
We'll find out.
There's the end of your keyboard woes.
The Tartarus controller.
Yeah. It's a controller, but also a keyboard.
Oh, I know what these are. Yeah. I know what these are. People were throwing these at me during the Titanfall days. Yeah. No. So I know about these, and I know about the ones like this where it goes further to isolate the keys you need for WASD and shit. And I get it. I get it. I still hate it compared to a thumbstick.
Yeah, or even love that shit.
Even a JLF. I'll take a JLF all day.
Mm-hmm.
I do not like flat wrist keyboard for multiple inputs. It sucks to me. It's not a comfortable thing. And I can tell from back in the day, even playing the Jedi games that we were just talking about and everything else, that like using this I could get used to it so that I could probably do it more competently than not at all, but I'm not going to like it. I will have a preference for not this controller, even if I can use it.
Play to win, man.
I compared it to a hitbox, right? I know how to play with a hitbox. I've gotten comfortable enough that I can do stuff with it. I don't want to, but I can. If you force me to, I can. But I'm not going to pick it of my own volition.
Yeah, I streamed the entirety of Doom Eternal on a controller to much gnashing and wailing of teeth the entire time.
Yeah. But
people did not like it.
Yeah. But no, it's weird living in a world where, like, folks, I want you to experience sometime in your life what it's like when the thing that you want to do is the opposite of what everyone wants you to do. And what everyone is trying to do is bully you into doing it their way. I would like someone to experience this and tell me what they think of that. I hear you. I know it's what you do. It's not what I want to do. Live and let live.
Sometimes those people were wrong. Sometimes those people were right.
In a PvP situation, they're 100% right.
My dad told me to eat broccoli and I would enjoy it when I was older, and he was right.
In a PvP situation, they're 100% right. If it's optimal to your play and it helps you win better than others, I get it. There's no
it's like
there's no debating
that. You ever play Chivalry?
Yes.
Try playing that with a fucking controller.
Right.
You fucking killed in a second.
In a PvE situation where you're not worried about that and it's just a matter of your comfort levels, is what it is. Who cares? Go fuck yourself. Play how you're comfortable. Hidden in Plain Sight is a video game where there are crowds of NPCs and you can play 4 players locally and you all are blended into the crowds and you are playing different mini games with different goals. So the first game is one where you must walk amongst the crowd, and you can only walk, you can't run, and either kill the other players or touch as many bells as possible. There's 5 bells on the map in a square with a center point formation, and you can either touch all 5 bells or kill the other players as soon as you identify who they are.
Oh, cool.
You yourself don't know who you are, so you have to find a way.
That's weird.
So you have to identify yourself amongst the crowd right off the bat. You don't know where you start. More than one round of this game, I was killed before I even found out who I was.
That's goofy as shit.
It's kind of wild. All right. So that's the first game mode. There's another game mode where you can be either an assassin or a sniper, and you can walk around as an assassin in the crowd killing people while the sniper only has a crosshair that paints over the crowd, and you control one of the NPCs, and obviously you're killing people. Anyone you kill in the dark, because the sniper's crosshair is a spotlight as well. Anyone you kill in the dark continues moving until you mouse and show them in the spotlight.
Oh, interesting.
So you only see dead bodies by the trail they leave behind when you look at them, not just by looking at everyone on the screen. So you have to find where the body's path went and then eventually see if you can find your target. You obviously only get one bullet for them. In some cases, you get 3 shots, whatever, but a limited number of shots to take out the player, right? There's a fun game where you are all racing. There's a lineup of, let's say, like, I don't know, 30 or 40 racers, and you have to snipe and shoot the other players, or not or. You have to snipe and shoot the other players if you can identify who they are, while simultaneously controlling one of the racers by holding A to walk or pressing Y to run. So you have to identify and shoot other racers while making your own blend into the crowd of people on the track. Right? You got to do 2 things at once, and it's fantastic. Really, really fun. There's a couple of other modes. I think there's maybe like 8 or 9 in total, but they're all really great ideas where you took this concept of blending into the NPC crowd and maximized how many different modes you can get out of it with basic bitch made in 1 hour downloaded asset graphics. And it's on Steam. It like costs nothing, and it's fun. Surprisingly fun. Cool. Yeah. It's a good time.
I like games that are based around like sneaking around and lying.
Yeah. There's one mode that didn't work as well, which was like there's knights and ninjas, and the knights have to protect 3 royal NPCs, and the ninjas can have to assassinate them. And it's like you can either stun the knights, and the ninjas can get killed by the knights or whatever. But it was a little bit too easy to just kind of like game the system on that for the most part. But either way, there's lots of different ideas that are pretty solid. The game is called Hidden in Plain Sight. Looks like it came out in 1990.
No goofy spelling on that?
No. Looks and sounds like it came out in 1998, but it's really good gameplay idea. You can tell a programmer had a really good idea and no artist friends.
Yeah. It's like when you could tell that the artist had a really good art and had no one who knew how to make a game.
Yep.
And all variations of that.
Shall we get into the news?
Let's do it.
All right. I suppose we can hit it off the top by continuing the story from last week. And to be honest, I hope that we no longer have to say many more stories in regards to GameStop. I'm hoping that
we have one this week.
I'm hoping that clock resets won't be necessary. But this week we have the follow-up. Well, one, the Pennsylvania closings were apparently false, but might have confused and convinced GameStop to officially start closing 300 of their stores.
Which is really funny.
Which is fucking, yeah. It's funny. The false story leading to the real. Good panics. GameStop reportedly told employees to wrap their hands in plastic bags while they continued working during the coronavirus outbreak.
Just put a plastic bag on your hand and stick out your hand for the cash.
So what they were essentially told was while staying open as an essential service being argued through up to March 21st before they closed, after we reported on everything last week, between last week and this week, there was a leaked memo from the corporate office where they were told, basically, so you crack the door open, right? And the customer's at the door. Customer pulls out their credit card and hands it to you. You
keep the glass between you guys' faces.
Reach out your hand with a plastic bag on your hand and receive the credit card. Take it back, swipe it through, then invert the bag, put the product inside of it, and bring that bag with the card and game in it out to the door and hand it to them with the game inside. Be sure to only extend your taped plastic bag arm outside of the glass.
That sounds like it doesn't protect anyone from shit.
sounds like gloves would probably be like the first thought to go with there if you're going to go down this stupid road instead of closing. But evidently, as established last week, they don't have that shit.
Nah, man. No time for that.
Well, thank God that The Who and Dr. Fauci have all recommended plastic bags be used as COVID protection. So here we... Oh, wait, they didn't? Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, that's not real. That didn't happen.
Well, that's the safety measure they were given before, again, they had a widespread closure of a number of their stores. But, and I believe it's at 300 were closed indefinitely.
Yeah, they're fucked.
I asked a question last week about whether we were hearing the death throes
Excuse me.
of an elk bleeding out as it stares at its guts.
Mm-hmm.
I believe the answer is yes. The elk
Yes,
is staring.
that is
The elk is staring at its guts, and it's currently going.
Maybe if I can put the guts back in with a plastic bag, I'll be fine. Maybe.
Hashtag pray for Reggie. Pray for Reggie. So anyway, I don't want to talk about GameStop anymore.
Yeah, that went from being funny to like outrageous to being depressing really, really fucking fast.
Like,
Want to talk about NieR instead?
I mean, yeah, that's you know, it's the kind of world GameStop would have you live in order to get their fucking hands on whatever physical copy sales they can get, because it is, I just, like, they won't come out and say that, hey man, I need this, you know?
Yeah.
They won't ever come out and just say, like, you don't understand, we need this or we're done.
Come on, guys. Old Papa GameStop needs just one more FF7 sale, man.
I'll suck your dick. What'd you say? I'll suck your dick, man.
I got this trade-in card.
Rotten hell, you fucking shitbag company.
Oh yeah, they're pushing this to the point where like it looks like a federal government might step in and really, really put the boots to them.
I almost kind of want to see it, because you want to see the boot on the neck as the elk bleeds out. You want to see the boot on the neck a little bit.
Because like, let's take Montreal for example, right?
Sure.
Which has an EB Games, which I'm going to assume was possibly affected by this or something similar. Premier just said, like, basically came down extra hard on like, no, this is what we mean by essential services, and here's the list. Are you on this list? If not, go eat shit. And state of emergency got called for Montreal, which gives the police the power to show up to a GameStop that's open and go, you were gonna close this shit down.
I imagine they actually just start closing it.
Like, we're gonna close it, and you can either be inside the store or on the outside of the store.
But it's gonna close. That's
when we put the lock on the door.
The lock is being put on the door. Like, where do you want to be?
You can walk out, or you can go back in.
Pretty much, you know. Yeah. Yeah. Tactical state of emergency for the sake of allowing shit like that or whatever the fuck, you know. We'll see. It's not what you want to see, but it's also like, you know, again, when you cannot, like, whatever. We all know the deal, and we all know that, like, relying on the common sense of companies like this is not going to help the situation in any way, shape, or form. So there's
a real strong. You're a Seinfeld fan, right?
Sure.
There's a real intense what a shame coming in on the horizon. or like you hate to see it.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a real
Yeah.
vicious one of those coming in.
It's the corporate version of the fucking Spring Break kids.
Yeah.
I mean, shit, there's been all these crazy ass fucking laws we've been looking at that basically turn corporate rights into those of people. So this is just one step closer to that, where you get to see people-like behavior, where it's like, what the fuck are you doing?
I think the actual wildest thing that has happened beyond all this is not businesses going crazy. It's, well, you and I have played a lot of video games.
What?
You played BioShock 1, right?
What? Yeah, Rapture.
You played BioShock 2, right?
Yeah, Rapture.
Do you remember how ridiculous all that graffiti was? Like the end is nigh and all that crap, and how stupid it was.
I didn't think
like
it was. No, I didn't think it was stupid. I thought the place was pretty fucked up.
I'm going with something here.
Oh yeah. It was dumb.
And how oh man, I can't believe people would be recording these audio logs and of every little thing going down oh man, there was a single newspaper on this bench and that's
saying city is shut down.
And it's that's so ridiculous when you see it in the video games. And
here's
it's
photos of a real train station.
Oh wait, that shit's all dead on.
Absolute fucking.
I will never complain about that ever again.
Yeah, mise en scène moments happening in real life. Yeah,
shut down restaurants with graffiti all over them. Send us back to work or
pay
whatever.
Your employees.
You got a bunch of celebrities doing their Madonna audio diary of isolation and all that fucking shit.
Turns out they need people more than people need them. And by they, I mean us. Yeah.
Saw me and Eli and Paigey watched DS9 this weekend. Deep Space Nine, that is the Star Trek. Paige never seen it.
7 of 9.
And there's an episode. Nope. That's nope.
Damn. My bad.
Dead wrong.
Shit. I'm sorry.
Quark.
Okay. He's not. Isn't he in
Ferengi,
both?
Bar. No.
He's only in
Deep Space Nine.
Okay. Star Trek 3. Got it.
Yeah, more or less. And there's an episode of that in which the replicators put a virus into everyone's food.
Oh.
And Quark, who runs the bar, ignores the Starfleet order to shut down non-essential services.
Yeah.
Because he's like, well, the bar is essential. What's more essential than trying to relax?
Yeah.
And then the virus becomes airborne.
Yeah.
And then they start and we're watching it and we're all sweating. And it's all just really, really uncomfortable.
You know what was right next to Jedi Academy? God damn it. Wait.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, you did it. Yes, that was correct.
On the shop.
What's that?
I was looking through things and then there was the digital version of the game Pandemic.
Yep.
And I was like, oh. And in the trailer for the game Pandemic, live action people are running with beakers in their hands and looking at science valves and papers, and it's showing you real life locations and arrows are pointing off of cities into various other countries, and it's just oh, fuck off with this whole trailer. Dear shit, fuck. Why did it have to be real live action shit and not just dumb Animal Crossing visuals, And then of course you get to the Plague Inc. style map where you zoom out and see the whole world, and then it all just turns red. And I'm like, yeah, okay. When do the dark events start?
You want to hear a trip?
Sure.
There's a game that comes out in a couple days about a certain virus hitting a city. It's a Resident Evil game. The intro cutscene is a live action news report going, the pandemic is spread faster than any disease in modern history.
Of course it does.
And has a bunch of like police footage of like crowds and rioting and shit. And like it can create a situation in which you turn the game on and you're like, did I fuck up and hit the wrong button? Am I watching the news? Oh, no, wait. It's zombies, thank God.
Never forget, as we make all these Kojima jokes, that the man was once so on point that he had to edit the Twin Towers out of his video game.
That's
because
right.
they were destroyed in the intro as New York got blown up.
Yeah, so for the context of that, Metal Gear Solid 2 was supposed to go gold on September 12th, 2001. And because of Japanese time zone stuff, that gave them like fucking 14 hours post 9/11 to rip a bunch of cutscenes out, which is why when Arsenal Gear crashes in the end of the game, you just teleport on top of the Federal Building because it was supposed to go right through the World Trade Center. It was supposed to go right through a bunch of landmarks.
Yeah.
And the game would have come out like a week after 9/11, and they were like, oh man.
And yet
we gotta cut that shit.
And by doing so, it still predicted the future in so many other ways. They pulled predictions out of the game, and it still predicted the future.
That's right.
That's what I'm trying to say here. So, anyway, yeah, that's kind of wild. And guess what? Pandemics are kind of the setting for many pre-apocalyptic stories, so that's not going to go away anytime soon. It's just going to make everyone pull their collars a little bit as it happens.
Though there is oh man, with Resident Evil, there's a real like subtext to it that's kind of terrifying, which is the question of like the zombie apocalypse in RE3 and RE2 takes like 15 days to get to the point that you see in the game. And you always read a zombie book, you always watch a zombie movie, and you're like, oh, that's so ridiculous. People would have fucking figured this out and realized what was going on beforehand. I mean, what, you got a couple days before this, and then you're like, oh, you know what? Maybe that's not so unrealistic.
Because it's not about the best of us. It's about the worst of us.
Because you know that scene in Dawn of the Dead when
the dumbest of us
the
are
shit
what
on
matter.
The news.
Yeah.
And the shit on the news is like random attacks, but it's like, oh, it's like 2 states over. And it's like, whatever. Right? And it's like,
No, it's the old man with diabetes limping his way onto a plane to go down to fucking Florida and come back. And me going, what the fuck is wrong with my stepdad? What are you doing, man?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of stuff going around. I recently had to pick up the phone and like, how do I put this? You know, there's that max volume you can hit with your parents, no matter how stupid they're being. I had to hit that max volume with a family member recently because they were like, oh, no, I just went out and got groceries. And you're like, you're old. Stop that.
For me, it's interestingly that I know exactly what you're talking about. For me, it's not max volume. It's in fact low volume. It's very low. It's very slow and deliberate and controlled. And it is, you are going to listen to what I'm telling you. You do not want to be in a situation where you regret not listening right now. You cannot look at your news report on TV every morning and decide that's the only update I'm going to get and then think you know what to do. If you're going to continue to receive the news in not a faster fashion and rely on people like your friends to tell you what's going on, you're going to need to listen to me. This is what's happening.
Yeah.
You know? Anyway. Yeah, so it's not about the smart ones. It's not about the best of us. It's about the dumbest of us.
It's about that man's a maniac. Why'd it bite me? That's what it's about.
Yeah.
Really.
But it's also about man arrested today for coughing on produce. Man arrested today for licking car handles and getting his ass beat on a viral video. Kid thinks it's funny to cough in person's face and rub their ass crack and touch things. People think
what I think
is
hilarious about this.
Everyone
those kinds of morons have always existed.
Exactly. And it's just like it is literally antisocial behavior, right? Because it's like,
oh yeah,
what's funny to me and what's hilarious is doing the thing that's going to currently make everybody upset. So right now, I don't care enough about you or myself or life. I don't care about anything. So I'm just going to do what's hilarious, which is to me right now making everyone mad at me, right? And that's about the end of the thought.
The best part about that, though, is that now we live in a world in which those people, I mean, why do people do that? They do it for the lulz. They do it for the attention, right? And what's the best way to get attention? Record yourself doing it. And then it kind of solves itself, like, especially very recently, like, it's very against the law.
It's pretty awesome when you get a felony because it was literally recorded on your cell phone. You
uploaded and gave to people and we're like, cool.
It's pretty sick. It's a pretty thorough way to get your ass felonied. Yeah, great. Fantastic. And of course, it's like, well, yeah, you got the clout you were looking for.
You got it. You got the attention you wanted. Are you happy?
So.
No.
Yeah, there will always be. You cannot expect there to never be those people, right? And then in some cases that like that's not really much of a punishment. Like there are some people that are just like so disaffected that they're like, yeah, but I don't care about even that part of it. I don't care about anything.
Yeah, that's right.
Fuck all this. I just want to ruin everybody's day, And it's like
it's kind of funny because like our ranting and raving about don't mess with people's food conversation was prophetic. Right? Because back then we were talking about like the sniffles.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, hey, don't tamper with food.
That's kind of what's super infuriating whenever you read like, there's a couple, I don't know how many articles you've read. There's obviously more than enough to swim through everywhere. But there was a pretty good one. That I think it was just called like How This Will End, right? Kind of thing, and it just kind of breaks down like all the facts and everything, and it's a nice little summary thing. That was good, but it kind of gives you an impression of like what things likely will turn out to be, and based on like the patterns we're seeing and and a probability of us like actually returning to life outside and then having another second outbreak. Okay, everybody locked down for a while. Okay, we're back out again. Like, it's not necessarily going to be just like, hey, everything's back and it's fine, right? There's going to be a long run to it, and then after that initial period, there will be echoes and aftershocks that have to require further smaller lockdowns that will happen, and all kinds of other shit, right?
The ever-present, like, overwhelming sense of, like low-level anxiety as to when it will pop off again.
A general sense of cleanliness across the board will be heightened overall.
Grandpa, I don't care about washing my hands. You shut the fuck up, kid. Back in my day, we had to fucking deal with the fucking pandemic. You don't want to fucking die. You don't wash your hands, do you, kid?
Yeah.
No, Grandpa.
Yeah.
But
and all that stuff, But the thing that you just kind of take the takeaway is that like a big part, in fact, the biggest part, the reason why it's such an issue, the reason why there's never a full lockdown on these types of things is because the damage that one moron can do is unprecedented. And there are so many out there. Have you read about the super spreader?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. 40,000.
Yeah.
One man, 40,000 people. Right? Hey, you were told to stay inside. That's cool. I won't do it. Okay. 40,000 people later. One guy, so we always talk about one guy. Well, here it is, right? The entire planet is in the state we're in because the maximum one guy is
because of a couple hundred one guys.
A couple hundred one guys can carry it forward with absolute, like, uncontrollable prejudice, the onest guy, the one guy to rule them all, the final guy. Yeah. So you cannot stop. You can't stop the stupid. You can't stop it, right? You can't stop the person who gets told to not go anywhere but says, I don't care about that. Fuck that, right? You can't. Yeah. You just can't. And because
you can.
But we don't live in a world where that happens. In a country. We don't live in a country where that happens.
Not yet we don't.
Not yet we don't. Right? But that's the thing. As long as one guy can continue to do that.
We had that situation where that lady was like, I don't care. And the cops are like, no, you're going to care.
Yeah. Yeah.
You will care.
You're right, Willie. It was just one guy not China lying to people for months. Obviously, you get what I'm talking about. Why be facetious? That's a bad.
He's talking about.
You're arguing in bad faith.
Community spread in multiple countries.
Don't argue in bad faith. Don't be that. Don't be the one guy. It's not. So this is where we're at. Anyway, I'd recommend that article. Go check it out. Hey, I think what's cool and fun to talk about is NieR.
Yes.
NieR.
Hey, that original NieR game was incredible, except the part you had to play it like it was a video game.
I want to give a shout out to that meme I saw. I want to say it was a Hard Times article, possibly. If it wasn't, it was just a screenshot. I might be confusing all of it in my head. But it was a picture of a man sitting at with a controller, and it said, huge fan of NieR, very excited to play the game for the first time.
That's right. I saw one which was a lady with a Manuela avatar that was like, it's snowing in Japan in March, time to announce the NieR remake. And the follow-up tweet was like, holy shit, what?
Sure.
It's like, it was unseasonably snowing in Japan on the day of this announcement, which is kind of terrifying.
Well, which we have to.
Yeah, they're gonna.
If the snow forms up into a giant woman above the city, then we'll have to talk.
Nah, well, that's tomorrow. Sorry, no, that's Wednesday, April 1st.
Is it?
Yeah. The scroll will hit us.
The scroll. Never forget the scroll. Hey, listen, NieR has been NieR's back in a big way. More than anyone expected has been announced. Square announced one that apparently Automata has shipped 4.5 million copies.
Yay!
Which is fantastic news for a very good video game. So congratulations to Yoko Taro and crew. Second, they announced a NieR Reincarnation iOS Android game, which appears to be a new game that has a key visual with young Kaine and a floating covered Emil.
There's also a bizarre quote as to it, where the explanation for what reincarnation is reincarnation is about a Kaine.
Yes. Okay. Interesting. I wonder if the phrasing of that is a double entendre or a
I assume it is.
Or is it a triple entendre?
Who knows?
Interesting. Hey man, the existence of a chord means a lot. So you can do whatever the fuck you want.
Do whatever.
The second thing was reincarnation. And then the third thing, and the big one here, is NieR Replicant remastered. Yep. So they are doing the original NieR, and now maybe, I don't know, possibly, there is going to be a combat engine that is better than the first time around because it will be fixed.
I would call that a certainty.
Then NieR is a fixed. However, this is NieR Replicant, not NieR Gestalt.
What does that mean?
That means that you will be playing as older brother NieR protecting your younger sister, not
Boo.
old man Papa NieR protecting his daughter.
So it's funny because Papa NieR was only created by the publisher, who was like, Americans aren't going to want to play as
Wait,
little
what?
boy.
That wasn't Yoko?
No.
That was a publisher decision.
Yeah, Square was like, nah, Americans aren't going to want to play as a little brother protecting his sister. That's stupid. They want to play as a big, tough man. And they were like, okay, so that's why the Xbox version is the one that has Gestalt.
Dude, I was about to credit Yoko and team for reading the room so well that they realized culturally that the most significant type of bond that we would want if you want to make someone that needs to be protected in Mamorude is not the fucking dumb anime brother-sister trope. It's a father protecting their daughter, and how that would resonate so much better with a Western audience.
Nah, man. Oni-chan.
Wow. Well, that's awesome. That was a brilliant publisher decision because it works so much better. It's but what?
We're getting Replicant because they never wanted to do Gestalt in the first place.
Sure. Okay. That's a bummer. I don't like that. I much prefer the old man. I think that's
I think a lot of the story makes way more sense.
It does.
If you're an old man.
And can I just say that, like, even aside from the whole thing, right? Even aside from all of that, even if they were both completely equal in your eyes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oni-chan, how many times have you already seen that? Right?
Oh man, so many times.
How many times have you seen my daughter? Well, there's a bunch in Moon. There's Taken, certainly, and there's a bunch of other things out there. I'm not saying it's never been touched, but in like this type of in a Japanese video game context, I find it's not anywhere near as close as the Oni-chan thing. It's just a rarer scenario. Not to say that it is rare, but it is rarer than the sister brother situation. And I think it's awesome. I like that idea of the father so much more.
Though.
But Oni-chan though.
Mamoru.
So
Mamoru, your little sister.
Like,
she's small.
It's just a bit of a tired concept when it just becomes brother-sister protection.
That's it. That's literally it.
It's just tired. Protecting your daughter, it's just a little less tired. You know?
Oh, that's weird. I can't hear you anymore.
Weird.
Oopsie.
You know, and I understand that there are those of you out there that'll argue for the brother-sister thing as the preferred one because of whatever reasons, and maybe it's what you're used to and you want more of what you're used to. I prefer things that are going to do things that happen less often, you know? And I'm not going to get on I'm not going to go on a thing about how we almost never see these types of fatherly relationship games, because that's not true. You can scrape and grab some. You can grab some, you know? Or games that have that type of relationship, even when it's not your daughter. Hold on a moment. Looks like Pat's going to try to reconnect over here.
Hello?
Hello?
Sorry about that. I answered a text message on my phone and my headphones switched to my fucking phone.
Oh, that's bad. Okay, well, glad you're back.
My bad.
So, yeah, I don't want to, like, pretend that, like, oh, there are no, like, fatherly games out there, because I mean, fucking look at, like, I think Lee and I think The Walking Dead season
Oranges.
I think The Walking Dead season 1 represents that kind of relationship, right, with Clementine and Lee. I think Joel and Ellie is that kind of relationship, right? I think we can grab a bunch of games where that, like, you have that. Yeah, Silent Hill, right? Isn't there... Shit, I had another game.
God of War, dude.
Daughter? Father-daughter?
Oh, you're specifically going for daughter? Okay. Amy. Fucking, there's a fucking shit pole.
Yeah. Anyway, you can grow. You can grab
like
some.
most of the Yakuza series.
Right. Okay. You can grab, but you can grab some. You can definitely grab some. You know.
Yeah, Witcher counts. Yeah.
Yeah. Sure. BioShock, right?
What?
Infinite.
Oh. Right.
You know, I was reading about the whole Comstock backstory bit, and the making of whatever the fucking city's called.
Columbia, dude.
Columbia. You know my memory. And I'm like, you know, at the end of the day, that was a pretty sick setting.
Yeah,
It's a pretty sick setting. I was just reading back through it. And I was like, I really liked this setting. You know,
it was no Rapture, but it was still pretty cool.
It was no Rapture, but Columbia was pretty cool. Anyway, so yeah, this type of relationship has been explored, and we've seen it in places, right? Certainly. Compared to the infinite list of Oni-chan examples out there, I much prefer the fatherly daughter relationship, and you know, I didn't realize you gotta
get your sister ready for boys by brushing her teeth.
It's a whole genre, right. Yeah. So, that's the announcement. There's a pretty sad webcomic that was like, brother and sister were like, "Yay, we're gonna be so happy." It's like, "Oh, let's tell father." And it's like, "Wait, who?" And then it just cuts to the flower faded away on the ground. You know, 10 years ago. Yeah. So that's what's going on with NieR. When it comes to, I was talking about what I was why I found Star Wars. And the reason, and like I went and I saw that was up and available. What I was originally looking for was what I thought was going to be out. Ninjala. Have you seen Ninjala?
I have not. I'm gonna pull it up right now.
Ninjala is Splatoon free to play plus Shinobi Strikers. Basically, it seems like it's a gung ho game, and this was just announced as a Switch thing, and it looks super rad. And
that's aggressively Splatoon.
It looks really cool. I thought this was going to be out March 27th, which
You're hitting each other with dildos. What's this?
You're kind of like city ninjas, and you're hitting each other with a bunch of little goofy weapons, and you're using bubble gum to like do crazy ninja tricks. Ninja gum, I believe. It was announced a while ago. I forgot about it. And then they basically just kind of said, yeah, it's about ready to go. It'll be back in May. But I thought it was March. So I was like, oh, fuck, it's out right now.
It's completely different, Wooly.
So then I went to look for it, and it wasn't there. And I was like, motherfucker, goddamn it. I don't know, man. I like it. I like the style. It's the Splatoon style. I like the wall running. I like the air combat. I like the fact that, like, fighting is direct. I like the fact that it's, like, literally just fight and clash with the other players, and that you have like that kind of the little sword clash moments where you like 1, 2, 3, and then you gotta, you know, do stuff. I like that. It might be a little bit of that Gunslinger Stratos kind of vibe, a little bit of, again, Shinobi Strikers as well, with a bunch of different weapons and possibilities.
This looks like Splatoon and Monday Night Combat had a baby.
Sure, I'll take that comparison in there. Not as much of a gun thing. I'm seeing a lot more melee, but it's definitely a little bit of that. I compared it more to Shinobi Strikers, right?
Yeah.
Shinobi Strikers definitely felt and had a lot of the flow you're seeing here with spending a lot of midair combat, a lot of wall running. You know what else comes up? Guns the Duel.
Oh my God. Can we get through one podcast without you saying Guns the Duel?
When's the last time I brought it up?
Last podcast?
When?
last podcast.
What did I say?
sometime.
When did I say
You
it?
said we were quiet, and then you said guns the duel, and I didn't say anything, and then you said it again more softly, and then we moved on to the news.
I think you're confusing your hauntings of me, which I'm quite happy to say that I'm haunting you with Guns the Duel as you sleep.
I don't.
You're going to find it installed on your computer, and you're going to wonder how it got there.
No, I'm not.
You say that.
I do say that.
But then what happens when you see it?
I won't wonder. I'll be like, you told Paige to download Guns the Duel when I wasn't looking, and she did it because she thought it would be funny and fuck with me. And then I'd be like, Paige, what the hell? And she'd be like, yeah, and run away. Like that, like a Scooby-Doo villain.
Yeah, I guess that'd be the way to do it.
And I'll be like, curses. Like that's absolutely what would happen. If you really want to gaslight me, you should tell me that I have Guns the Duel already.
You ever play Guns the Duel?
Yeah, it came with my PC.
It's pretty fucking good.
Yeah.
It was great until the cheaters showed up.
So what was that? Never?
It took about 2 weeks.
That's so, oh man.
Hey, I'm not the only one. Many people fondly remember that game. Wall running, butterflying, bullshitting. It actually became a game. Here's the thing. It became a game where the initial design was like, this crazy. It was a better Matrix game than fucking any Matrix game. But then it became a game where you had to do like movement breaking strats to win and to get better. So like there became like an unexpected tech sort of situation that popped up from the game, and then of course it led to like big cheats. So whatever. All that to say, that game has been popping up when people are looking at Ninjala, so that has also a little bit of the ingredients sprinkled in, possibly. But either way, I'm really excited for this. I don't know. It's hard to put my finger on exactly what it is about this game that makes me just go yes.
It's that it's melee.
It really is a big part of it.
That's all it is, dude.
No. I love the art style too. And I love the
but I'm saying, like, if Splatoon was just melee, you would love Splatoon. So
I absolutely, yeah, you're right. I love Splatoon, but I would go hard on Splatoon if it was.
You're just a total mark for melee combat over shooting combat.
Big fan
you're
of
not
it.
wrong.
Big fan of melee.
Yeah, that's 100% the only change.
But I also love
needs to happen.
I also really I like the aesthetic. I like the aesthetic. I dig the characters and the character creator I saw. And like the little things you can customize and whatnot. Because in Splatoon, you can't really customize your Inkling like a ton. You get a lot of clothing options. You get a handful of hairstyles. The clothing is pretty expensive in Splatoon. The hairstyles are a little bit more just like, okay, well, you kind of look like a Splatoon thing. Here I kind of, I'm looking for a lot of all of that. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But I'm down. I'm very excited for this.
It's a weird news because the game's not out and it hasn't been announced. It's just you made the mistake of thinking it was out.
Yeah, I saw the trailer. I went, oh fuck, and then I saw what I thought was Mar 27, and then it said May 27. But I
who also made a mistake thinking something was out?
What?
Square Enix.
That's
a good one.
That's a bad segue.
It's a great segue.
They didn't mistakenly think it was out.
It's a great segue.
They announced that it's going to be out early. It's not at all what happened.
Yes, and God damn it.
You're fabricating information.
Sometimes, Wooly, people exaggerate situations for humor.
You mean absolutely everything you say?
Yes. Sometimes. Every time.
Final Fantasy VII will be coming out earlier if you live in Australia or Europe because obviously COVID-related shipping issues will make it such And if you're in America, it's probably going to ship at the same date. But basically, they put out a big announcement, and if you cut all the fluff out of it, it just says Europe and Australia get it earlier.
We're shipping this shit now.
Cool.
We're shipping it now because we have no idea when it'll get there.
Cool.
So hopefully it'll get there. People in Australia and Europe might get it significantly early.
Cool. Who has the balls?
It's great. It's great for
Who has the
everybody
balls?
that will.
That's the question.
It's great for everybody that'll get it early. It totally sucks for somebody that is getting it digitally and has to abide by like embargo rules. Even if I did get it early.
Who is risking it all to go get that early copy?
Tons of people. I would tell you not to. It's not important.
I'm content to download the file.
Yeah.
Although 100 gigs is fucking massive. Let's be real.
It's big.
It's a big one. Yeah. Anyway, also, it's the biggest fucking remake release of all time, but you know, it's like, hey man, I can wait.
You know, I'm sure it'll do fine.
I'm sure it'll be okay. But you know me, I've also like I've never had the I need it in my veins drug feeling. Like the release excitement has like something, you know what? It's this job, right? I want to say prior to this, you know, the midnight releases, obviously, some of those lineups, some of those things were just like absolute gotta get it, massive, crazy excitement for the things. Because here's the other bit. I think it was also because like I had a narrow scope of what I was interested in. I mean, okay.
What?
Okay. Narrow.
You had a narrow scope of what you were. That's crazy.
Compared to you.
That's ridiculous.
And
man.
everyone else that listens to this. Yes. Compared to other people I know that played video games, it wasn't the case. You still have to understand that you and and everyone else that listens to this represent a very hardcore video game playing group of people that cover everything. Or if not everything, a lot of things, most things, stay on top of the industry, etc. A lot of people, not that much. I was in a place that was in between those two, paying attention to what I cared about and hearing about and working on testing things I didn't necessarily care about, but was still aware peripherally of them. You know what I mean?
No, what?
Okay, well...
No, actually, I would like to dispute you. You have totally always been like this, regardless of the work. Because I remember you getting everybody getting their copies of MGS3, which we were all very excited over, and you refused to play it until you get your hands on that special fancy limited edition that took you weeks to get.
Oh, the red box.
Yeah, the red box. You are a weirdo in that you were like, no, I want to play this version at this time in this way, and I will fucking wait. And there's no excitement to be had unless I can have it the way that I want.
Well, okay, that box version definitely like doesn't represent most of the situations that I find myself in with this stuff, right? But I usually do find myself, because that like I usually do find myself. I don't remember what you're describing, by the way. If that's what I said, I'll take your word for it. It's not
what you said. It's everybody was playing MGS3.
Did I have a copy? Did I have my copy already?
No, you were trying to the copy you got from supposed to get from GameStop never came in.
Right.
And you were scrambling on eBay
right.
to get that red box.
Right.
And it was like the culmination of all the most annoying parts of your personality, because it was like weeks of, oh man, I'm so excited, followed by everybody else was playing it, and we'd all be talking in the club space. And you'd be like, guys, shut up, I can't play yet. I gotta get my red box, guys. And everyone would be like,
okay, so
I'll just lend you my copy. And you'd be like, no, it has to be my red box.
No, wait, hold on. So you guys were in the middle of playing it, and I didn't buy a second copy. Instead of
No, you didn't.
My copy came in, or my copy didn't come in, so I instead went and got that one.
Yeah, you went to eBay to get a red box. Yeah.
Right. So I didn't have the money to buy a copy to just play for that 2 weeks and then wait for one to.
I offered you my copy. I'd already beaten it. You didn't want it.
Did you?
Yeah, you didn't want it. You were like, no, I want my red one. You acted like me.
Dude, I really don't believe you, but I have to because I don't remember it.
All right, I'll give you a different one. Do you remember the fourth session of recording God of War after Matt had walked out?
Yeah.
And I was like, man, we gotta fucking get this up to 3 recordings a week.
Definitely. No, and that's why I'm saying there was a difference when it came to us doing this stuff, for sure.
Well, hold on, these people don't know this story. I won't tell the story.
Okay.
Because I was like, we gotta get this up to 3 recording sessions a week. We're banging this out in a second. We'll have tons of time off. And you were like, Pat, I know you just want to play God of War. Like, we don't need to. The work is fine. And I go, of course I want to play it. It's a brand new video game. It's fun. Don't you ever get excited for a video game when it come out? And you're like, no, not really. I was like, you don't, do you?
I said, no, not really.
Yeah. I'm like, don't you ever bring a game home and you're like, oh, I'm so desperate to play. I've been waiting 2 years. And then you're like, and you just play it until it's done. And you're like, no, not really. And it's true. You don't do that. You get it and you play
not
it
to
like
the level, not to the
home.
level that I take it home and play ahead as you did with other LPs.
Yeah, that's right.
So, if we're going like there's a level where it's we're doing this in the context of recording it, and then there's a level where it's like, well, also I'm going to take it home and not necessarily stick to the place we're at when we're recording it.
Well, with God of War I didn't play ahead. I just played to the side.
Fair enough, but if you're throwing me under the bus, realize that many other scenarios it was us arguing the inverse when you couldn't control yourself.
That's correct.
So it goes.
You were like,
way.
hey, dude, we're supposed to do this on stream. And I'm like, well, we'd be doing it on stream if you recorded this 4 or 5 days a week. And then we'd be done.
And then motherfuckers are like, why does it seem like Pat knows exactly what's happening here on this level in this game? Why does it seem like Pat's...
That happened the once, and it was time that I actually said it, and every other time people called it, they were morons. There's the time I walked into the forest in Bloodborne and got the achievement. It was like, shit. I was like, shit. Turn off achievements. We'll just... Oh, shit.
Okay. Well, anyway.
All I'm trying to say is that Wooly hates video games.
And all I'm trying to say
doesn't
is
care about playing them.
Pat is the greatest pretender of all time.
I am pretending at nothing other than the fact that I am like physically large and brave and competent and smart and handsome and funny.
Your gamer cube
aside
can't
from
save
all
you.
Of those things.
Your gamer cube can't save you from your lies, Pat.
You can. You're safe in the cube. That's the greatest lie I've ever told.
You fucking full of shit. Anyway, what I was trying to say was that ultimately, I have big excitements for things, but the like. There was a time where I'd be like, I'm going to go out of my way to get my hands on this, like 48 hours earlier. Let's drive to Burlington.
Let's drive to fucking Plattsburgh to get Rock Band.
To get Rock Band ahead of time, A month is a long time, though. That was a
ridiculous.
month. Okay. A month
early.
That was
right there.
A month early is a really long time. I stand by that.
Right there.
I stand by Rock Band in Plattsburgh. I stand by that.
That was so ridiculous.
Yeah. But when it comes to like a matter of a week or less, and it's not like, if it was as simple as like, hey, take the metro down to this store and buy it here instead, sure, why not? It's going to take you half an hour, you go get the thing, right? If it's anything a little bit more troublesome than that, then I'd be like, it's okay. It won't make that much of a difference to me. I'll be okay, And there were
let's man.
And
You should see the rackets I try and run to get fucking codes early.
I imagine. I know. Because I know that it's like, you know, it's there. It's a part of it's what you are. So I get it. I know that's what it is. There's also
all of this rackets, by the way, have failed.
There's also this
goose egg on this week.
The stuff when it comes to like Amazon pre-orders being like being discounts after they're announced alongside game award shows or things like that or whatever it was. And I remember like you guys would be on top of that and like Liam would be on top of that. And I just remember being like, man, like I'll just download it when it's up on the store. I'm cool with that. You know,
that's coward shit.
I'm fine with it.
What if you could get it like 8 hours early, which is a great use of a VPN service, by the way.
I hopefully I am free to do things in those 8 hours and not already busy doing other shit.
Here's the problem, all right? And this is a mental failing of the people that do this. So one, yes, the reason I got ExpressVPN is so that I could unlock Steam games on Australian time. Totally worth it. But the problem is, Willie, is that Resident Evil 3 comes out on Friday, right? Mm-hmm. If I get a preview code from Capcom, that'll be Thursday for me and I'll be able to stream it, right? That would be nice. Not expecting it, but would appreciate it, all right? However, that leaves me in my schedule a Tuesday and a Wednesday to stream. I currently don't have games listed for Tuesday and Wednesday to stream because all I can think about is how I don't care about that shit. I just want to play RE3 now.
Right.
And anything that I play, I'm going to be like, yeah, but I don't want it. And you start to flail your arms like a baby.
I am not
you put your diaper on.
Yeah. I'm not envious of that. I am not envious of that desire and the fact that you can't enjoy anything because you are so impatient that you can't wait for this thing to come out.
Yeah, it's like
right?
when you have an ice cream cone and the guy next to you has an ice cream cone that's 2 scoops instead of your 1 scoop ice cream cone. I would rather throw my ice cream cone on the floor and steal that person's and fail than eat my ice cream cone.
If I can also get real and ignore your nonsense, because that's what we do here.
It makes sense, Sonny. It's a whole thing.
Because that's what we do here. There is also a bit of a what's the right word for this? So it's kind of funny coming from me, I suppose, right? But hype culture,
yeah,
right, where it will have to deliver on the expectation when you grab and binge it on day 0, and like the what you're amassing to in your head almost will never be delivered on in that way, and also it forever continues to exist after that. You know, it's not going anywhere. The only risk, of course, for people like us are that we hit those spoilers before we wanted to.
But Wooly, I want it now.
That's it.
That's it.
That's about it.
Do you want to hear the most pathetic attempt to finagle a code ever?
I'm not even sure.
I contacted the PR person who was responsible and was literally like, hey, nice lady. Some of my friends already got it and they're making fun of me. Do you know what wave my code is going out with? And they were like, later, LOL. And I'm like, damn it. Don't worry. You're still slated for next week. And I'm like, but they're making fun. And she was like, haha.
You sad little man. I am not envious. I am not.
If you don't hustle this hard, you miss out.
You miss out.
Hey, listen. If I can get a big release even 3 hours early, I will gladly stomp my feet and fill my diaper.
And you know what? The benefit of that is clear because like the people show up for it.
It's not just my rattle. It's also my job.
People show up for it. And if you don't get it early or on the day that you were promised, then the people making the game, are responsible for taking food out of your mouth.
That's correct.
They're ruining your life and your livelihood.
True.
And the audacity of them is disgusting.
I have a bunch of flailing little baby arms to wave in their direction.
Darkside Pat says it's the game company's fault for the game not coming out on time. It's ruining my life.
Don't you Darkside Pat me.
No, I think I'm gonna.
Don't you?
No, I think I'm gonna. The game's not out yet. How dare you? How dare you ruin my life?
I can't believe that you would ever compare me in this way after that Death Stranding LP.
Hey, man. There's a little bit in all of us. Also, if you think that's bad, wait for the gunplay in Half-Life.
Yeah, I can imagine with the controller. It's hard. That game's hard and old.
Oh man, I suck. I suck.
Oh man, I
suck so hard.
I just saw somebody kill it and put this whole conversation on a pedestal.
Sure.
And there was a guy in our chat named Louis who says, Pat using VPNs to get games early while Wooly is playing Half-Life a decade late. Couldn't sum them up better.
I suppose so.
That is dead on.
But you know what? I'm having a blast. I'm loving it.
Me too.
Then it's great.
Yeah,
then it's great. Everything's great.
You should play Animal Crossing. It'll really chill you out.
I'm good. A decade later, hey! Animal Crossing is great! Check it out! Yo! I got
There's an
got my house.
XKCD comic that totally references you.
Which one?
Or describes you.
Okay.
It's the one where he's playing all games on like a 10-year fucking cycle.
Mm-hmm.
So that you can only all the XKCD guy has to do is, pick up the latest and greatest games from 10 years ago, and technology advances at the same rate, and you just get the best of all worlds.
Mm-hmm.
They say, there's only one problem, and it's like flash forward to like 2018, and they burst through a door and goes, guys, the cake is a lie.
Right. Right. Yeah, now that person's an asshole for thinking that that's gonna even have the same, impact in any way, shape, or form. Like you don't show up there being all like, isn't it hilarious and novel? Like, no, idiot. He says as he still giggles, top is fed.
Top is fed is still relevant, Wooly.
I know, but
League of Legends is going nowhere.
Min made me feel stupid for laughing at that because he's like, yeah, we don't find it funny anymore. It's an old joke. It's 10 years old. Who cares?
League of Legends players, the most subhuman of internet asshole.
Well,
they play League of Legends like it's a real thing to do.
Mid feed, it is what it is.
I'll probably play the Fiddlesticks update. Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah, and like it's. It is what it is. Like I have some patience for it, and it's fine. And to the there's the absolute clear like business downside of it, where it's like, yeah, dude, my style is not made for big old gang bucks. You know what I mean? Like my way of going about it is not conducive to the turbo views. But it's me. It's what I am. It's real. It's not like I'm not.
Ew, authenticity.
It's like I can't fake it. I'm gonna, it's what I do. It's what I'm interested in. It's where I go with it. It's unfortunate that it doesn't lean towards maximum growth potentials. I wish stonks would go up, but that's where we're at.
Wooly, you could make the stonks go up if you showed up at 11:30 a.m. on a Sunday to talk to Daisy May.
I should do that.
You get 92 bells to turn up.
I could also deep dive into Raid Shadow Legends and find out why people are calling it the standout tactical RPG of the year, not just another click and shooter. Click and.
Oh, did you get the fucking email?
I mean, probably.
I recently opened up a specific business email because somebody I knew got the Raid Shadow Legends email and I didn't, and I was pissed off.
Okay.
Because I felt slighted by Raid Shadow Legends.
Yeah, I'd have to go check and see, but possibly not. Depends.
I felt personally slighted.
Depends on whether you're big money or not. That's what it is.
I talk to a lot of people in this business, and a lot of them are like, oh, man, I got contacted by such and such. I don't know if I'm going to do it. And I'm like, every time, I'm like, just fucking do it. Just do it. Just fucking do it. What do you have? Integrity? What the fuck are you doing? Shut up.
I forgot.
Buy a fucking candy bar.
You want to see how bad I am at this? Check it out. I forgot at the end of my own week to tell everybody to check out what's going on right now.
You're super dead.
So what's going on right now on Wooly Versus is how Black Mesa's going on. KOTOR 2 is going on. KOTOR 2 is fucking great. We finished up with Sonic Robo Blast 2. And you know what? I have to give a little post game on Sonic Robo Blast 2. It was super fun. It was a nice little quick and otherwise wholesome feeling LP, but I made the mistake. I regret talking about it on the podcast preemptively before diving into it, and I also regret stepping into a minefield of Sonic Adventure versus Classic Sonic War because it ignited something I did not want to ignite. And
unfortunately,
me feeling. Me describing the whole like alternate universe thing and all that shit or whatever.
Yeah.
A whole lot of people that are so tired of that conversation were just tired to hear another person going into that same old topic.
The other thing is that there's a lot of people tired of that conversation. There's way more people that will never tire of it.
Fair enough, right?
They will scream.
I saw a point by point detailed essay yesterday. Posted on the discussion about Robo Blast 2. So Wooly, you're fucking stupid. Totally, it's my mistake for even touching on that landmine. But what I ultimately wanted was just a fun, wholesome LP with green style grass and blue skies. I just wanted a wholesome Sonic game LP, and I shouldn't have touched on that. So that, for some people, even made it to the point where they're like, I gotta check out. I can't even enjoy this LP knowing that he thinks Sonic Adventure 1 should have never happened, which, that's like the joke. But in any case, it was a mistake to do that.
I'm reminded of a statement by Jeff Gerstmann decades ago on one of their podcasts in which they were talking about fanboys. Mm-hmm. And he described that when he was EIC of GameSpot, and the Dreamcast was coming out, that the absolute craziest people were the Sega people, and that there was no comparison. They were orders of magnitude way crazier than everybody else. And then when the Dreamcast got discontinued, most of those people went to Nintendo because a bunch of those games would still come out. And you want to talk about the Sonic Adventure series and Classic Sonic and all that shit? They come right the fuck out. There is a personal signifier in those terrible games for idiots that a lot of people really like. grab onto.
Comfort branding, but but here's the thing. I argue that if you are tired of having a conversation and then someone comes in and then jumps right into that long dried, pulled apart vulture field, that if someone goes, oh Jesus fucking Christ, and then they pour some tar on you, like 10 years later, it is what it is.
I think the funniest thing on that is that. If you're actually one of the people who's been like actively having that argument for a long time, like I have, you get to a point which is like even more infuriating than anything you could ask or talk about, which is just you hit the point of total dismissal.
Right.
And somebody goes like, no, Sonic Adventure 1 is really cool. That last level was really cool. Open Up Your Heart's a good track. And you're like, yeah, Open Up Your Heart is a good track. Game's still garbage. And the only reason you liked it is because you were 6. You didn't know any better.
Yeah.
And then anything that they say after that, you just go, oh, that's nice. That's nice.
The point, the fact that the earth was salted to the point where someone was straight up just like, I don't want to watch this anymore or follow any other episodes of it because that sentiment ruins the rest of this, was like, whoa, that's salted earth.
You know the best part about those people is they can't help it. They go back every time going, maybe he'll change his mind on this one.
Well,
I hate it.
Well, I'd like to think of it this way. I live and learn.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
live and learn. Fight for the edge of tomorrow.
So that's how we do it. But so all of that available on Wooly Versus. So you can also tune in on Twitch, where on Wooly Versus as well, we are ongoing with the various current things, like I said, and we also had like some fun shit with like Salt Party. The Dokapon LP is getting even more infuriating and wild, so that continues. And it is my pleasure to announce, because I can confirm that it is in fact up and available, that if one were to go to tinyurl.com/CastleSuperBeastShirts, they would see the shirts that we have, which include, the Wooly Versus and the Pat Stares At and the Castle Super Beast shirt. But a new shirt is available. The highly requested and finally ready to ship, Get Into Fighting Games shirt is now up on store.roosterteeth.com. Well, I made a tiny URL link. So tinyurl.com/CastleSuperBeastShirts. You can see
that's nice.
You can see all of those shirts. So if you are interested in grabbing the Get Into Fighting Games shirt, you can go do so. It is ready to go. And fuck yeah. I'm super happy that it's finally it took a while. It took a while. I was really
Are you doing that thing where you're like, come on, guys, come on?
Yes, no. Because people were literally not chomping at the heel, and then they crawled up the leg, and then I lost a fucking people were going really what the fuck is taking so long, dude? And I'm like, I wish I could just press the print button and go, but I can't. It's got to go through their factories and their shit and the print and the blah, 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 blah.
Right. We've got at least a couple more coming down the line, right? I remember
there was some talk about stuff for the RTXs, so we got to see what happens with that, because obviously schedules are now all
a little up in the air.
But you can check it out, and you can rock a shirt like this, which tells everybody what they should be doing. And also lets them know, hey, and you can also check out this fun show. It's the name of a show, Get Into Fighting Games, but it's also a thing you should be doing. And that's what I wanted. I wanted the idea of it's like, hey, it's it's a name, but it's also a command or a suggestion. It's a command. Get in. So that's tinyurl.com/CastleSuperBeastShirts. It's probably the easiest way to remember that. And fucking, grab that, and if you like, and continue to show these Rooster Teeth folks down in the Texas that it was not a mistake to associate with our ilk.
Well, I mean, if the last couple podcast titles didn't stop them, we're probably good.
I know,
We're probably good.
it's deep down. It's a deep down, it's there. It's all ever since that PC Gamer article. I'll never not think about it at least a little bit. So
Which one's that?
The one where we no the story about how they wanted to recommend us for recommended for podcasts,
yeah.
but the list of titles was just too fucking
Cowards. Cowards.
And then there was the second one, which was when Hunter recommended us for a big Michigan convention, who went to go check us out to see what we were about. And he wrote, "Please bring Super Best Friends to the con." And then they replied and said, "Hey, Hunter, I listened to their material and they swear a lot. I listened to a minute and counted at least 10 times where they referred to sore bodily orifices in a profane manner. We run a family-friendly PG to PG-13 style show. I would not consider them appropriate. I'm going to pass. Thanks." So it's all that to say. All that to say that by all means, if you're feeling up for it, and if you're one of the folks that's been waiting for it, grab one of those shirts and support and let the people know. Let them know that we weren't a mistake. It was a good.
I was not a mistake.
Getting wrapped up with the likes of this shit was a good decision. Thank you, and please have fun playing fighting games. Okay, well, anyway, that leaves us with our story about Castlevania Season 4 being confirmed.
Fucking shocker. I am amazed. I am not surprised at all. I lied.
I guess
that was a lie. Yeah.
We're just gonna stick with the crew. It's just gonna stick with the crew
till they wring everything they got out of it, and then they'll skip forward a little bit.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
I guess it's up to God, what's his name? Amazing writer to decide.
That guy. You know that guy? Oh, Christ. Mountain Blade came out, and everyone's going to yell at us to play Mountain Blade.
Warren Ellis.
Oh, that guy.
Warren Ellis. Yeah. Man, my fucking brain sometimes, dude. Anyway, Warren Ellis is great.
It's okay. It's not like you need to use your ideas.
It's not. No, the problem is that I need to do them live.
No, just fake your ideas. That's confidence.
Transmetropolitan is a really good comic book and a really good graphic novel that I would highly recommend you guys check out if you want to see a wacky ass crazy sci-fi future with some massive corporate dystopian underpinnings. It's enjoyable. My friend Pedro comes out on April 2nd. For those of you who that rings a bell, that was the game where you are you control two cursors as your character jumps and flips through a bunch of like kind of side scroll blah. You throw a couple of like gun rooms, like almost like a Hotline Miami type situation, except it's side view.
Yeah, Pedro's a talking banana.
Pedro the talking banana, and you jump and you flip and you shoot and you twin you gunslinger. It's Gunslinger the game.
Yeah. Gunslinger
the video game. That's what it is. You do lots of John Wooing through this, and I had a fun time playing with it at PAX. So it's worth noting that that's about to drop on April 2nd. My friend Pedro, which is a really weird name, but I guess it's more memorable than, double gun barrel fun. or whatever else you'd call it. You know what I'm talking about?
Sorry, I just got a quick message I got to answer.
No problem.
All right. What was that?
My friend Pedro. That's it.
Oh, yeah. I did not play it at all. I looked at it. I listened to you talk about the double cursor thing and went, nope, not even going to try. Not even going to try.
Twin sticks, but each stick is for an arm shooting at a direction.
I remember pulling up a video. I typed in my friend Pedro gameplay, and I looked at it. I was like, "Wow, that was cool." Nope.
Yeah.
No, not even gonna fucking attempt it.
Like not just Gunslinger the game, but Twosome Time, specifically Twosome Time. Anyway, here's
For people with bigger brains than I.
Something I actually missed the first announcement of, but. There's a game called No Straight Roads, which is coming out, and by developer Metronomic. That's dropping in on June 30th, and this is a musical inspired. It's one of those games where like the visual style defines.
Wow, this is weird looking.
Everything about it.
This is weird looking.
Very, very strong visual style. Gameplay is, I guess, third-person action. There's a little bit of jank to it. There's a little bit of corniness. The trailer featured a little bit of cringe, but the art style is very strong. I want to see a bit more of it before I, pass any sort of a major judgment. But the music and the aesthetics and the design are pretty up there. I want to see what else it has to offer. Let me see if I can. Got to dig for a little bit there. No Straight Roads. That's what it was.
I'm looking at Final Fantasy and it looks like somebody plays. Sorry, I'm looking at gameplay of No Straight Roads and it really looks like somebody plays Final Fantasy because like the AOE indicators look exactly the same.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Like the orange spots show up on the ground is like move out of those kind of thing.
Yeah. Vibes of what's that Jack Black, Tim Schafer game again?
Brutal Legend?
Yeah, vibes of that when I saw her running around and guitar swinging, just in terms of obviously not the strategy part, but more of just the like musical platform thing part where you see like enemies and worlds and aesthetics that are designed based around, genre. But again, very bright, very colorful, kind of interesting premise. So yeah, curious to see a bit more of it. But that had a trailer and that just dropped on.
Man, fuck Brutal Legend.
Unfortunately, didn't live up to everything it could have been. A lot of really cool ideas in it, though.
It didn't live up to anything they told you it was.
What did they tell us it was?
They told you it was going to be like Legend of Zelda, but with rock metal.
I mean, I guess in the context of you are a rock metal guy running around on a 3D
and
map.
they said, oh, near the end of the game, you'll do some strategy stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like...
Sure. But then the combat is strategy. It is not at all.
Yeah, it's terrible.
So, I mean, again, if you are just saying it is a 3D platformer in a fantasy world, then I guess there's a comparison to be made there. But no, that's not accurate.
Should have been. Boo. Boo, Brutal Legend.
The Nintendo Direct dropped a couple of other interesting things besides that Star Wars information about Jedi Academy and such. Episode 1 Racer, again, coming to PS4 and Switch.
Yeah, it makes sense
yeah.
to go through the Star Wars back catalog.
Love that. That's fun. I'm super down for that. That was a good time. One of the coolest things about that entire franchise, I would say, is pod racing and the engine noises they make.
Man, that whole scene is fucking so pointless in that movie, but that game's pretty all right. That game's pretty okay.
Fucking pod racing is awesome, dude. I love it. I love the idea.
When Greg Proops was the alien.
I love the idea of cars that are just 2 jet boosters and a chair attached.
Why do
to
you
them.
need the rest of it?
It's like, let's get to the basics here. What are we
rest of
looking
it's
for?
totally pointless.
Speed, and that's it, right? You know, if we kept evolving races and race cars, we would get somewhere that resembled that. If we could figure out the hovering and the wheels and get rid of that and just get straight into hover tech, we would eventually hit chariots where the horses are fucking jet engines.
You know, I never really put it together. That's totally what they are. They're chariots.
It's a chariot with a jet engine. Yeah.
How did I never put that together?
I
It's
have
so
no
obvious
idea.
now, in
Yeah.
retrospect.
Cut out the entire chassis. Cut out
Yeah, fuck it.
all of that shit. We'd have to go. We would have to get through Redline on the way to pod racers. So there would be a really hot minute where the future got to be Redline, and then we'd go to F-Zero / Wipeout area.
Let's just skip a couple steps and just tape people to the sides of increasingly large rockets.
I mean, if you can control the steering, then you can do it.
No, straight line. It's drag racing, but the finish line is the upper atmosphere.
Well, what's the point of even putting a person on the rocket?
It'd be cool.
Why not just put 2 missile
there's a winner.
launchers
So that
side
there's
by
a winner.
side, and then on green we both just shoot missiles and see who crosses the finish line
you
first?
have to be attached to it.
Like literally,
So, because-
just fire a
because-
missile down a
because,
track.
Because when they cross the finish line into the upper atmosphere, all the rockets that aren't the winner explode.
Right, it would not be a sport suggestion to Pat if people didn't die. Got it. Same bit.
It's the end.
Did you
game
see it
of
coming?
racing.
Hey, listener at home, did you see it coming?
We talked about competition, and then Pat was like, "You know what it should be?
And then he said people should die in it.
Only the losers."
Were you able to spot the difference at home?
All right, Dora, calm down.
Yo, arms and smash. Everybody shut up.
This is the weirdest, lamest announcement.
You're stupid and you're lame.
All right. Tell me how cool it is to have what character in the game?
Twintel!
It's not Twintel.
Twintel!
Oh, yeah?
Twintel.
Based off of...
Her
based off
being a
of-
bad girl. Her being the baddest bitch in all of ARMS. Her being the best. Twintel.
Well, you're like... If Twintel came in, that would be cool. But them coming out and going, somebody from this franchise will show up, instead of saying the character with an announcement trailer, is lame as fuck. No other character got announced in that way.
Shut your mouth. I gotta drink my water.
That it was terrible. Like the fucking moment of who could it be, and then the trailer turns and it's a character and it's surprise. That's the best part. And you don't even know which character it is. It could be the fucking gloopy glob guy.
Yeah. It might be Springman. It might be fucking Min Min. It might be Noodle Girl. It could be anyone. Who knows? I clearly can see, I'm going to assume that the announcement was all fucked up by everything going on, and that they probably wanted to get a actual character reveal trailer done by this time, but they were not able. But they were not able to do so instead. So instead they decided to give you this, and then they're going to drop that, so you get a compromise of hype drop. But it's, you know,
no, this sucks.
Well,
if you're not going to show it off, you shouldn't say anything at all.
sure, I don't care.
It's the fighting game announcement equivalent of Square Enix telling you, hey, we're going to have something really cool to show at E3. We promise. Be excited.
You're right. So the end result now is that an ARMS character in Smash sucks. We shouldn't have it at all.
Well, ARMS sucks.
Yeah, you see, so you're doing that thing where it's like the positive becomes the negative because of perspective, And
Well, no,
I don't give a shit.
I actually don't like ARMS at all. But
Okay.
if they announced,
Well,
hey, Twintel is in, I would have gone, hey, that's really cool. But now we're stuck in the shithead universe of having 10 characters that would be fucking losers,
Right,
and
but-
like 2 or 3 that would be cool.
But because you don't care about ARMS, I don't care what you say. Because ARMS
If
is the shit.
Twintel or Max Brass or fucking Ribbon Girl or Springman got in, that would be cool.
But you don't
If
like
any of the
ARMS, so
rest
it's
would be
almost like, who
terrible.
cares? You understand? Like, the fact that I like
But
ARMS...
you don't even know who it is.
I know.
You're getting excited over nothing.
I'm getting excited over the fact that ARMS wasn't forgotten. I never thought ARMS would get in there because that was a wish list game.
Sucks.
Because you're an idiot. ARMS is a game that I thought got forgotten. I'm explaining to you what you just said.
It did get forgotten. People forgot. No one cares about ARMS.
All right. So should I keep trying or should I just stop? Because in order to keep trying, I need to point out the obvious, which is I thought ARMS didn't have a shot, and then it turns out it did, and it's back. And I played it on Get Into Fighting Games a week ago, and it fucking was perfect timing because it turns out that like not only did that get announced, they're also putting it in demo mode so you can go and play it for free on the eShop right now. And I'm feeling like maybe that announcement is possibly leading up to an ARMS 2 reveal. It could be. Right? It could actually be like this is all building up to a thing. But regardless, because your opinion doesn't matter because you don't like ARMS, who gives a fuck? But to
Nobody
anyone who
likes
does
ARMS.
like ARMS, it's exciting that the game itself was like, oh shit, here it is. We don't know who it's going to be. We'll find out. But the fact that ARMS is at all getting a character in the game is not something I thought was going to happen.
Okay,
I'm very excited for this.
Here's the deal.
Here's the
ARMS
deal.
No, listen.
What?
So the first thing that we knew before these characters would get announced is that Sakurai tried to let us down early by saying, hey guys, Nintendo made all the picks. I didn't make these picks. Set your expectations accordingly. I didn't have anything to do with them. They were picked already. There's nothing you could do to change. Then the next thing that happens is ARMS gets announced to have a rep, but they don't even tell you what character it is because no one cares other than Nintendo.
Ho's mad. Ho's mad.
The irony is that
mad.
you are the one who is
Ho's
mad.
mad.
People don't care
Ho's
about
mad.
ARMS.
Ho's mad. Ho's mad. Ho's mad. Ho's mad.
Hey, look at that. 60% of people don't know or care about what is ARMS. It's up to 63% now.
Those who care can live in a wonderful world where an ARMS character got into Smash. It's great. It's a good time. We'll find out who.
I can't wait. I'm going to go look at the ARMS roster. Give me a second.
I can't wait to find out who. I hope it's Twintel. Can I let you in on a secret? Can I let you in on a secret?
What is that?
If they picked Springman,
Mm-hmm.
I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, Springman's. I've named 4 characters that I was like, those would be cool.
They're gonna pick
It'd be
one of the popular
it'd be
characters.
Springman, Ribbon Girl, Twintel, or Max Brass.
Min Min's pretty popular too.
Min Min's popular.
Min Min's pretty popular too. Yeah. In fact,
it's
Min
gonna
Min
be Helix.
Min Min is second, I'd say, almost in terms of how
It's
much
gonna be
people like her.
Helix.
If they pick
Watch.
amongst the most popular characters in the game, which surely what are the chances they're going to do that? It's great. If they pick amongst the most popular characters in the game, it'll be a great pick.
Wally, did you do qualitative methods in Seja?
No.
You didn't? It wasn't in your program?
I did cultural geography, and I did some sort of statistics class that was terrible, but I don't think
That was probably
it.
qualitative methods. So the thing with qualitative methods is that the first thing that you find out is that if you don't have a large enough sample size,
Where is
it's
this
difficult to
going?
tell.
Where is get to the point of where this is going?
No, I'm getting there, but you gotta let me get there. When you have when your sample size is too small, you're not able to see the mode in your statistical distribution. So with the low amount of people that
This
care
is
about
incredible.
arms,
This is
there's
incredible.
no real reliable
This
way
is-
to figure out what
is
the favorite
amazing.
character is,
This
because
is
we're talking
amazing.
about like
the
dozens
lengths
of people.
The lengths they will go through. Pat, are you upset because they have long arms?
Oh man, no, come on.
Are
Lex,
you
Lex.
upset that they
would be
can
that would be the
reach?
thing.
They can reach things.
No, this is good. This is really good.
Is this a
is good.
problem?
Wait, I can't fucking believe the nonsense I'm listening to. You're sitting on this podcast going, yeah, people love arms. Oh, I can't wait for my favorite arms character. People love arms. And last week you pretended like you didn't know who Nemesis was. Like, what fucking planet do you live on?
I know who Nemesis is. I don't know what he does outside
No,
of Marvel
you didn't.
context.
No, you didn't.
No, which one he's from? I certainly didn't know which game he was
He's
from.
from the one that has his name on the box, man.
Which I forgot. Anyway, Arms. Great. Here's what's up. Arms is coming to Smash. I love it. And we're looking at probably one of the popular characters showing up, of which any of those would be great. So it's great.
It's gonna be Helix. And
It's gonna be
he will fart
Helix.
and shit on screen, and everyone will be like, "Oh."
I hope he farts out the tune "Hose Mad."
I can't even remember what the fucking tune of that is.
Hose Mad. Hose
Is it
Mad.
just- is it
Hose
just
Mad.
that?
Hose Mad. Hose Mad. Hose Mad.
yeah,
Hose
it
Mad.
cuts off on- it
Hose
cuts off on the
Mad.
third one.
Hose
That's how it
Mad.
works.
Hose Mad. Hose Mad. That's it. That's all.
I can't wait to see what kind of fucking bargain basement shit we're gonna get if Arms is the first character on the list.
I am constantly amazed, if not stupefied, by how you find ways to turn simple, great news into something that you can shit on. It's an impressive skill. It's an impressive skill. Not many
What can
have
I
that
say?
ability.
I have a
A lot of
cynic's
practice.
mind.
You have a lot of practice.
I do.
You know.
I mean, earlier in the podcast, I described a situation in which I have ice cream and throw it away because someone has a better ice cream.
Right.
So because Arms is a really like I'd call it niche or not super successful, but it did have some success. But
They're doing an official tournament
and-
as well. By the way, that's the other piece of things. They brought they're doing an official Nintendo tournament for it.
That's cool. Finally, the Smash players have something to look down on. But the idea that like a Smash character is going to get in before Wonder Red, that's just like, sorry, an Arms character is going to get in before Wonder Red is like, oh my god. Well, what further indignities can be visited upon the wonderful 101?
You know, you're right. It should have been a Fire Emblem character. We should have picked someone else. It should have been Edelgard.
Edelgard should have been the pick instead of Byleth.
Yeah, they fucked up.
Or Dimitri or like it could have been any of them.
Yep.
And people would have been way happier.
Yeah. But then they fucked up again by announcing an Arms character instead of another Fire Emblem character. It's a wasted slot, quite frankly. That's a Fire Emblem spot.
Oh god, what was it? I saw somebody saying that it's like it's an Arms character, but they're somehow also a sword character. Like they hold their arm in a sword.
Yeah. Yeah. I think we're done here. I think I've entertained your buffoonery into a full conversation for far too long.
Oh, buffoonery. You're the one sitting there going, oh yeah, Arms.
Good video game. Good times.
Fucking pretending.
Good characters.
I played that game for hours and hours and hours, and I was like, what is the point of this? What is the point of this fighting game? Arms is a fighting game that only appeals to people who love all fighting games or people who are too dumb to understand what a fighting game is. Is it an ARM song you sing? Because I actually don't recognize it.
Na 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 na.
You should use ARM's music at the end of the podcast.
Na 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 na. That is the theme, and it's throughout the whole menu, and it goes into the character select screen, and they add different instruments depending on which character you pick.
Well, that's nice, but I'm glad that I don't recognize it.
Let's take some letters.
Yeah, let's take some letters. Hey, if you want to send in a letter, first of all, type it into your computer. Don't send it in the actual mail. That's at castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
Let's take some. Let's go with this one right here. Jonathan says, to the faculty of Castle Super Beast School for Gifted Youngsters, thought you guys might get a kick out of knowing that I included a tweet by one at Pat Stares At in an essay I submitted about the creative processes of genre-bending works of Hideo Kojima. Excuse me. One which made mention of Death Stranding's like economy did exceedingly well, so feel free to take credit. My favorite piece of feedback was definitely my professor getting very excited by the player's feeling of physical pain during MGS4's microwave corridor. As a question, what's the weirdest place you found yourselves quoted or referenced or called upon when it comes to your status as internet video game expert, guys? Cross out the word expert.
Yearbook. Just saw one. Just saw one the other day.
Keep beasting and cheers for the essay. I'll try and get Wooly in the next one. Thanks, from Jonathan. What'd you see?
Yearbook quote of a quote of mine.
Yeah.
In a young woman's yearbook.
Yeah.
As her graduation quote. And I'm like, oh Jesus.
Yeah, what was that? That was When Life Gives You Lemons. Something like that. Was it that one?
Yeah. Something like that. I don't remember what the fuck the actual quote was. But
it was something. When Life Gives You Lemons, something. Okay, well, anyway. True, that was there. Or a box of chocolates. Life is like a box of chocolates.
Sometimes you get punched in the face.
Sometimes you get punched in the face. Right, okay. What are you up to over there? What are you up to? What are you up to? What the fuck are you
about? What are you talking about?
You little fucking shit. You little shit.
I'm just typing away, having messages on the social media.
You fucking piece of little shit. What are you up to?
Why are you so upset? I thought I was the hoe that was mad. And Wooly, you're right. You're right. Thinking ARMS is cool is less crazy than not knowing who Nemesis is. You're completely right. ARMS must not be that bad.
Throwing up the poll. That's pretty amazing. Hey, I'm not gonna.
That's quick data.
Okay. All right. I at no point I'm gonna say that like I should not have remembered who Nemesis is. I should have remembered who he is, but I didn't. I'm not saying I was right for that. I'm saying it happened. I just forgot. It was like, oh yeah, he was in Marvel, right? And then oh yeah, Resident Evil 3's subtitle is Nemesis. And yes, he does do those moves and he does the thing. But I had to be reminded step by step because I just forgot. Meanwhile, hey, if I did before RE2, Mr. X was a big trench coat guy. I had no context of anything because he never showed up in anything. I didn't know anything about Mr. X except for you telling me about him like 10 years ago about how he chased you down. And that's all I ever knew. Ever. Right? Nemesis showed up in other places, right? He didn't, so I had no context. And now I have context. But yeah, I should have remembered. I just didn't. Certainly. But yeah, all right. You going to get a third poll in there?
What? What are you talking about?
He's typing up a third poll. Okay. Do your thing.
Hey man, we're doing data-driven podcasting.
You realize that you've cultivated a group of people who, when you make a poll, are specifically going to steer the
Listen,
fucking
Wooly.
plane into the bit. Right? You
realize
you've cultivated a
your
whole
problems
culture
with democracy
where you
and
steer
how you
the
don't
plane
believe
into
in
the bit.
voting. Okay, I didn't do anything. I didn't tell anybody what to vote.
You realize this.
These are not juiced voting questions.
The mere source and you coming from you is all about turbo tanking the entire
All I
point.
said was I asked the good people of the internet a simple question. Can you trust someone who doesn't know who Nemesis, a prominent member of Ultimate Marvel 3, is about whether or not fighting games are good? Absolutely not, or sure, I guess. And it seems people are split.
Fair point. Fair point.
Oh no, wait! It's cratering and absolutely not. It's definitely no. Yeah, no one could trust that person about fighting games,
Gotcha.
especially not
Gotcha.
about some niche garbage like ARMS.
Well, be sure to not download them when the character comes out, so you have a nice big empty spot on your character select screen where the ARMS character that totally doesn't exist will be forever ignored by your game, and you can just pretend
so good.
You could just pretend they're not there for the rest of eternity as the character doesn't exist.
That's the funniest because it's like people just that went out of their way to like
roster.
delete the Yoda stuff off their Soul Calibur shit to be like, no Yodas in this household.
Just be sure every time you boot up that fucking Smash and you take a look, just keep a nice big empty box and put all your feels into that box because there's nothing there.
That's an empty box.
No character was here.
Class.
All right, we got one coming in. Fan of Butts says, Dirtbag Tactics. Dear Castle Super Beast, you briefly talked about Dokapon Kingdom and its hilarious potential for scumbaggery and friendship obliteration. I never played the console versions, only the DS port of Dokapon Journey. Didn't play with friends, which is a shame because I didn't have a witness for my favorite dirtbag tech I've ever pulled. After several long hours of the game against 3 CPU characters, I was hit with several rounds of shit luck, and the CPU in first place had a good crazy luck for a few rounds, making the gap between us almost impossible to bridge in the time left. The keyword being almost. I saved a player control spell for the most opportune moment, and when the CPU player was near a shop I struck, I took over their turn, made them enter the store, sell all their equipment, buy everything back at a higher price, sell it for half value over and over again until they were destitute. Then came the finishing blow. I made them rob the store so they were unwelcome in there ever again and couldn't buy any more equipment. It was delectable sadism, only to be dampened by the fact that there were no human recipients for my wanton cruelty. When I'm feeling low, I wistfully remember that beautiful bit of assholery and smile to myself. What's your favorite moment where the stars aligned, allowing you to just be a real piece of shit for personal gain? That's a fucking victory, dude. That's a fucking victory.
I had some, I remember a game of Risk that I played with my dad, my mom, and my brother and sister 20 years ago, in which I had just a miraculous, you're in Risk, you could be losing and you're losing, right? Until you get double six on defense 40 times in a row or close enough, 5-6, 6-6, 4-6, 4-5, over and over and over and over and over.
Yeah.
And the attacking force just breaks themselves on your shore. And I didn't win, but I managed to take Europe back, and the game ended up in a stalemate, like it always did, because that game takes too long.
Let's take one over here from Starry. Says, "Hey Wooly and Pat, this week my roommate's parents came over to live at our apartment, and I was subjected to the horrors of her mom's cooking. Didn't eat much of it because I cooked for myself, but once I saw her fuck up the mashed potatoes by flattening the potatoes with a wooden spoon off heat, I didn't add anything to them, not even goddamn salt. My question is, how bad have you guys seen someone fuck up basic cooking?"
My grandmother once horribly overcooked some past its prime lamb and decided that the solution was to throw an entire bottle of onion salt at it. And we all got horribly sick.
Wow. There was one lady, God bless her soul and heart, that used to come out to church, and there would always be the church lunches after the sermon. And everyone would, bring their own trays of food out, and they'd put the thing down, and you do a little cookout after church.
Yeah, that's nice. Seems like a good community thing.
One lady didn't quite get the basics of human consumption, and then did not understand that after her plates were left full every week, that it was not exactly a sign that she should continue bringing them, but yet she would. And whether it was basic ass lentils or tofu or rice or plantains, it didn't matter. It was not good. But she was in the right age and group of the moms of the church. And if all the moms are bringing out their dishes, then she surely felt that she should too. She clearly did not have any stats put into cooking whatsoever, but out of a sense of, well, I'm a part of this group of the mom ages that should be providing. It was rough. It was fucking rough. And I mean, you can only humor someone so much, and she's a nice lady. She just didn't get the picture.
Oh, that's the worst. That's the worst
part. She didn't get the picture, And and I remember some of the dudes I used to go to church with would like while you're going down the line, there'd be the thing of being like, hey Misha, you didn't get any of the rice over there. Why don't you? It's within earshot. You didn't get any lentils. Give me your plate. Give me your plate. Give me your plate. Go find a seat. Take the drinks. Go find a seat. I'll get our plates. Hey, Miss, can you please? Miss, can you please? Thank you. Like, sister, can you please just give him a little bit extra? Because growing boy. He's a growing boy. Misha, go find the seats. It's okay. It's okay. Yep. What are you gonna do?
You just grind and try and eat as much as you can get away with, and then run.
I'll tell you what you do. You make a nice curve as you go down the line, and then you hit a bump, and then you go and you grab a piece of bread, and you get the drinks, and then you fucking dip. That's what you do. You have a nice,
I'm out of here.
A nice little bump where you just go, oh, I just gotta walk. Hey, how's it going? Oh, hey. And then you walk back to the line in a few steps down. It is what it is. Yeah.
Excuse me. Pardon.
Folks, we don't care about the 5-hour thing anymore. It's done.
You ruined it last week.
You ruined it. It's done. None of us care. I'm aware every time. I'm looking at a clock for how long the podcast goes at all times, by the way. It's not a big secret. I just don't care. Shit's ruined, dog.
Yeah.
All right.
You ruined it.
Let's see here. Let's take another one.
Right now, we're coming up at 4 hours, 53:30.
Well, they count the loading time of the.
Yeah, that's nonsense.
They count the loading time of the video. It's done. No one cares.
We're like 6.5 minutes off, guys. Get it together.
Joe says, hello, Turbo Killer and Hell Dude. The last couple weeks have been such a big increase in the prepper type behavior and otherwise normal people for a couple of years now. I've had this thing set up for myself personally, a time travel password. It's a password that exists only in my head, never to be written or spoken. I can use this to prove my identity to myself in any sort of situation involving time travel.
That's great.
If I ever run into some old guy and he knows the password, I'll know it's me from the future without having to waste time convincing myself.
That's great.
Isn't that the fucking sickest shit?
That's perfect.
Do you have any plans, procedures, or protocols for extremely unlikely scenarios like this?
I do now.
Keeping on. No, I didn't. But that's the best one.
Yeah, I'm making up a time travel password right now.
Fuck you for asking the question because you just created the best answer. Time travel password. Word that stays in your head, and then
mine's gonna be bees.
Okay, but here's the problem. What if someone tortures you and beats it out of you and then time travels.
In the future?
Yeah. Like, what if they...
Well, luckily enough, I would never break under pressure.
Like Looper, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, luckily enough, I'm a rock, and I would never snitch out my past self.
You wouldn't snitch out your past self.
That's true, yeah. I'm a rock. You could never break me.
Like, I just want to say, like just hard cut to Mads Mikkelsen cutting a hole in the bottom of a chair.
Yeah.
And just Pat just yelling, bees, 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 bees,
So here's
bees,
what you do.
Bees.
Here's what you
bees,
do. You
bees,
ready?
bees, 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 bees.
You ready? You have 2 passwords. One's bees, which is the password that you give out under torture. And the other one's the real password. So if a guy comes up to me and goes, yo, the password's bees, I'm like, yeah, okay, just hold on 1 second. I need to get something from the kitchen.
Yo, brain puzzles. A password under duress. That's great. That's great. I mean, don't they use things like that with like banks and military, right?
I don't know, man. I'm not a bank or a military.
I remember hearing about something like that where it's like there's a way of behaving normally in a situation where things are not normal. I forgot what it was. It was something.
It's called an inhuman way of acting.
Yeah, there was a scenario. I was no. Anyway, whatever. Something like that where you can indicate, you know, like, oh no, things are not okay, even though it seems like it is. But yeah, that's great. Time travel password is the shit. I'm super down for that. And then you need to create the duress password. That's true too. But what about the I need to defeat myself password? Like, what if the problem is you coming back to ruin you? Like, what if you are Booker DeWitt and fucking Comstock is coming to take your shit? Since we talked about...
Just hit him. He's old.
Well, he sent the twins to do it.
Yeah. Just push him down.
Yeah, I mean, he did that.
That's pretty much what happens in the game.
That's exactly what happens in the game, actually.
Just kind of nudge him and he just falls over. He's
well,
dying.
Not really a nudge so much as a baptism in that pool, which was, if you remember that. But yeah, how would you defeat yourself? That's the real question, right? I'm imagining a looper style scenario where you just come through the loop yelling bees at the top of your lungs.
Yeah.
And then what if
I have the confidence in myself that if I had time travel shenanigans, whichever version of myself is me would win. Because I want it more than me.
Logical.
Yeah.
I unfortunately feel that I would not have a good enough memory to remember my password.
Oh, that's a problem.
My memory,
That's a problem.
I'd forget it. I'd look at myself as an old man, and as a young man, I'd be old, and I'd look at my young self and be like, dude, come on, what's it? You know the time travel password. What was it again?
What was that game? That game that sucked.
You know,
arms.
And then,
it's okay. You're here. Oh, thank goodness.
And then I'd be
here.
like, and then I would like possibly offered it up, and then it'd be correct.
Oh, thank God I remembered arms, or else I would have shot my future self.
Yeah.
I can't believe they deleted that character from Smash Bros. In the future. This is crazy.
Stare into the abyss that is that permanent character slot, forever available whenever that comes out.
Well, Wooly, I'm already prepared. The name of the channel's Pat Stares At. That's what I do.
But does he pour his feelings into what he stares at?
Nah. Nah, I'm good.
Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good. Feel good. I got to pee. But aside from that, I'm doing pretty good. I got this cat. He's fat.
Righto. Okay, well, tune into Wooly Versus for some more stuff that I talked about. KOTOR, fantastic. Black Mesa, fantastic. Dokapon Kingdom, fantastic. Fighting games, fantastic. tinyurl.com/Castle Super Beast shirts. Get the Get Into Fighting Games shirt. It's good shit. It supports us, and it's awesome, and yay. What are you doing?
I'm patting this cat's belly.
What are you doing this week?
Oh, I thought you meant, I'm sorry, I got distracted by cat. He's soft. Over at Pat Stares At, you'll be able to see RE3 later in the week. That's for sure, the remake. That's twitch.tv/Pat Stares At. But Tuesday, Wednesday, haven't really decided yet. Maybe I'll play Mountain Blade. If I'll check it out later tonight. See if that'll be fun to stream. Just come on by. I'll announce some shit on Twitter. That's at Pat Stares At on Twitter.
Right on. I also did the Level Clear podcast.
Oh, yes, you
Sunday.
did.
So, yeah, tune into those guys. Don Pedro X and Folk. Nick's good guy. Had a good time.
Unfortunately, British.
All of them.
Pip.
I mean, is there another way to describe British?
No, not really.
Well, there you go. Later, everybody.
Pip.